All right. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our webinar this afternoon on contemporary issues in education. So again, for us to be guided on having the best experience for this afternoon's event, may we invite you all to please watch this short clip. And now, to officially start, let us feel the essence of God's grace and guidance with a prayer by AVP, followed by the Philippine National Anthem and the SLSU March.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telos ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw. Hinatang tulang awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitingin. Ang ito praise together. To you, my alma mater, cheer up, we say a prayer parade. SLSU, hail SLSU, we love SLSU. We live with your spirit, our bodies and mind. We sing our praise together. To you, my alma mater, cheer up, we say a prayer parade. SLSU, cheer up, we say a prayer parade. SLSU, cheer up, we say a prayer parade. SLSU!
And again, a pleasant afternoon to each and everyone, to our respective resource speakers, to our professors who are present today, to our 143 participants from different schools, the fourth-year students from the School of Teacher Education, CSTC College of Sciences, Technology and Communications Incorporated, Sariaya, Quezon, to the third-year Bachelor of Secondary Education English students from Pambayan Colegio ng Mauban, Quezon, to the students of Maryhill College Incorporated, College of Teacher Education, Luzon City, and to the students from Baptist Voice Bible College, Luzon City. Of course, to my dear friend from the 3rd District, Dr. Vivencio V. Marquez, San Francisco, Quezon, Ma'am Glyza Bernardo. And of course, to my classmates in Doctor in Philosophy in Educational Management too, as we are all excited for this one exceptional event in our journey despite pandemic. Hence, each of us who virtually gathered today for this webinar on contemporary issues in education this January 15, 2022 via Zoom conference. Well, it's very evident that COVID-19 resulted in schools shut all across the world. As a result, education has changed dramatically with the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms, same as what we are currently taking under the new normal setup over the educative processes. That even before COVID-19, there was already high growth and adoption in education technology. And while countries are at different points in their COVID-19 infection rates, where new variants of virus are still intruding us, and that even before COVID-19, there was already high growth and adoption in education technology, which is something that we academically have to embrace. Okay. So, in fact, even as get affected, mga nagkakasakit tayo, especially now, this after the holidays seasons, so marami na even sa amin with my classmates, talagang nagkasakit, and thankful that we are now in good terms. All right. So now to formally start today's program, let's hear an opening remarks to be given by the ever-standing, humble, and charming instructor in educational management 619, none other than Dr. Arzenia A. Abuel, to be presented by our acting coordinator, Mr. Julio Ramilo A. Mercurio.
Hanggang bukas. Yun na lang ating doon na lang tayo. Bingit kami. Bigyan mo stand paper.
Apa na isa na lang ang
So again, in behalf of Dr. Arzenia A. Abel, so may I call on Sir Mercurio.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible now?
Yes po.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to present Dr. Abuel for this afternoon's event. Dr. Abuel would like to apologize for not being able to attend this event. He needs to attend an equally important errand. Informed of her just this morning. Nonetheless, allow me please to read to you her opening message. To our Dean of the Graduate School, Chairperson of the Graduate School College of Teacher Education, participants, students, and guests, a very warm welcome to all of you. I am so grateful to welcome our participants for today's webinar on the 2022 Contemporary Issues in Education. I feel privileged to open this event and greet virtually where many talented students of SLSU GS, most particularly College of Teacher Education, who I admire and look up to. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to my EDM 619 class for making this virtual activity possible. Thanks to all of you who sincerely committed themselves to this event to make it a success. This affair couldn't have done it without you. For today's activity, our webinar will focus on problems and issues in educational institutions. Likewise, current trends to address the problems and issues in the educational organizations, especially in this time of the pandemic. Since this health crisis has had profound and sudden impact on many areas of life, particularly in education. This afternoon, we will be able to meet our brilliant and accomplished speakers who will share with us valuable learnings, thoughts, and experiences in education. Further, we will be enlightened and gain better and new understandings will be given to us on how to cope and manage these challenging times of our learning environment. Thus, let us all be thoughtful and provocative for today's event, and let us all be proactive. Once again, thank you very much and enjoy the day. Arsenia A. Agbel, Faculty of the Graduate School, College of Teacher Education.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Abel, for a warm and wonderful message for us through Sir Mercurio. So as we continue, I may just have to remind everybody to keep your microphone off, but keep your webcams open to avoid unnecessary sounds or noise. You may jot down important details and you may also prepare questions for the open forum later. So after each talk. And in the face of the global COVID-19 pandemic, schools have confronted unique challenges as they moved to quickly shift classes to an online platform, provide equitable access for all students, support teachers and the students' educational needs, and make plans amidst great uncertainty. The pandemic itself has caused much worry, stress, and grief. These stressors can cause mental health challenges for everyone, and it can also cause acute symptoms to appear for people who may experience pre-existing mental health challenges. With this, let's lean our ears attentively to get pieces of advices and self-effacing thoughts in regards to proper handling ourselves when facing and or experiencing such issues. So let's now give way to the first topic entitled Changing the Landscape in Managing Psychosocial Risks in Schools Post-Pandemic. So to introduce us, the first resource speaker May we call on Miss Angela J. Nieva.
Good afternoon to everyone, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker on contemporary issues in education. He is the newly appointed Chief Education Supervisor of Field Technical Assistance Division of the Department of Education, Region 4A, Calabarzon. He is a licensed teacher and a registered psychometrician. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, obtained Master of Arts in Educational Administration and Supervision, and he has completed academic requirements leading to Doctor of Philosophy and Development Education. Presently, as he pursues his dream to become a corporate lawyer, he is currently enrolled to a professional program leading to Juris Doctor or College of Law. He has an average credential and vast experience both as an academician, researcher, and administrator, most prominent of which are his service. He has served as OIC on Guidance and Testing Center, an institutional psychometrician, integrated basic education department principal, and professional lecturer both at CVA Colleges Incorporated and St. Anne College, Lucena Incorporated. He also served as consultant for institutional development at CVE colleges. He also served as graduate school professor at St. Paul University, Surigao, and as well as in Far Eastern University, Roosevelt, Cainta, Rizal. He was invited as lecturer at the Graduate School of Holy Angels University, handling psychology subjects, and presently a guest lecturer at the Graduate School of Batangas State University, handling students taking the Doctor of Education program. He also has considerable trainings, experience, and exposure on organizational development, monitoring and re-engineering, research conceptualization, development, implementation and monitoring, conflict management, program development, instructional supervision, fiscal and material resources management, and human resource development, a mental health advocate, a psychological first aid provider, a mental health first responder for COVID-19, and a proud member of the Psychological Association of the Philippines, co-head of the Membership Relations Committee of the Research in Psychology Special Group of the Psychological Association of the Philippines, one of the representatives of Psychological Association of the Philippines, Calabarzon, Mimaropa Chapter, affiliated with Philippine Mental Health Association, and one of the pioneering officers of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, Quezon Chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker on changing the landscape in managing psychosocial risks in schools post-pandemic, Mr. Michael Gurard R. Alba. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. Good afternoon po, sir.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, good afternoon po.
Hi, good afternoon. Of course, allow my greetings to the University President, Dr. Dorothy Nantes, and to the Dean of the Graduate School of Southern Luzon State University and the Program Chair of the CTE. Good afternoon to my professors at the Southern Luzon State University, to my fellow educators, and to all who are present today. A blessed afternoon to everyone. Hail SLSU, beloved SLSU, we live in spirit, body, and minds. I am also one of a proud alumnus of SLSU for master's degree in Educational Administration and Supervision way back 2009. So good afternoon to everyone. May allow me to share my screen. So I am tasked to discuss about or to share with you about the changing the landscape or managing the psychosocial risk at work towards organizational mental health. It is really deemed that mental health is an issue in all organizations, whether it's a private or public. This is also an issue to all schools, whether it is school from under the Department of Education or schools under the Commission on Higher Education, because mental health, our mental health rather, was affected by this time of pandemic. And of course, it's okay not to be okay, but definitely we can do things to improve our life, to balance our work, and of course, to maintain mental health. So let us commit this topic to the Lord, and whatever we do, our plans will succeed. Allow me to share this Bible verse, because this is one of my favorite Bible verses ever since, especially if I have an assignment, especially if I have a task to be done. I always offer everything to Him, and of course, nothing is impossible to the Lord Almighty. So I was introduced a while ago. All right. So I am the chief of the Field Technical Assistance Division of DepEd Region 4A Calabarzon. And basically my roles and responsibilities as the chief is to provide support and guidance to the schools of the Department of Education, under the Department of Education, I mean, in order for these schools to offer quality education. So most of my job focuses on, or focused rather on, development of issuances, development of policies, and mandates. So those are the major task of my office, is to one of the policy making office in the regional in the region. All right. So these are the talking points that I would like to share to everyone. Of course, we will be defining basically what mental health is, as the law provides, and also to describe what is stress and the impact of it. I still remember that there is a certain employee claiming that I am depressed and I want to be transferred immediately to this and this. Are we allowing our employees to be transferred to another division, to another school because of depression? And of course, what are the requirements or requisites for you to be able to determine that you are really depressed? Because these are the things that are commonly being said by those people who are stressed. Syempre, there are requirements to be considered, and when I was asked my opinion by the regional director, what will be our remedy to the claim person? Are we allowing him to go to another division? And then what will be now that I'll be providing our regional director a comment about it. And basically, of course, when we talk about depression, you cannot tell yourself that you are depressed because you cannot self-diagnose. Put that in mind, that it should be diagnosed by a psychiatrist. And depression needs medical attention. And of course, as regards to that, if we will be transferring an employee to another location, it might cause him to be depressed because what he needs is medical attention. So that's it. And how do we differ it? Sometimes kasi people will really tell us that I am depressed, I am stressed. The question is, wala namang trabaho na hindi nakaka-stress. Everything na ginagawa natin, even at home, we feel stressed. Correct? And so therefore, we have to manage the sources of stress that we have, whether it's in the organization or whether in our family homes. So that's actually an issue. That's those are issues that need to be addressed by coming up with interventions to make those issues as regards to stress be managed all of us. Okay. And then we will also be discussing about the impact of anxiety and depression. Usong-uso ito even to students, no? even to students, and even for all of us, no? And of course, having on people going back to work. And of course, I know that schools in Manila has been suspended because of the surge of COVID-19, and also our schools under the Department of Education in Calabarzon also suspends its classes for the basic ed, no? Starting January 17 as part of the academic ease, and of course the annual semestral break, pinagsama-sama natin yun into those days. So we will be discussing all of those things and how to promote mental well-being in the workplace and look after your mental well-being. Diba? How do we ensure that these people really maintains mental health, no, in the organization? Because the level of our mental health, or the status of our mental health, definitely change, no, the way how we actually face up challenges and problems in our workplace. And definitely it is expected, no, if you are promoted, definitely the task or the job that you will be encountering is different from your previous job. That's why do not expect that the higher the salary you will receive, the lesser work that you will be doing. It's not that in the government. Because based on my experience, I'm telling you based on my experience, that when I was a supervisor, this was my task. I thought when I am the chief, wala na akong gagawin kundi pumirma na lang ng dokumento. It's not that. Because basically as you get promoted, definitely as the salary gets high, that the accountability and the liability also nag-iiba. And of course, mas pressured ka because you will be thinking of things about the improvement of academics in terms of school operations in the department, kung yung trabaho ko ang pag-uusapan. And then what are those psychosocial risks in the workplace? We will identify later. I hope that participants will also be sharing your thoughts about it, especially that we have teachers who are who are already a teacher, no, in the public school or even in the private school, so we can also discuss matters about it. Kasi this topic is very essential for us to craft a certain policy in order to help our colleagues, no, especially in dealing and handling stress, no, towards work. You know why? Because there are issues that we encountered, no, in the previous years. Way back in 2018, we have suicide cases in Calabarzon, no, especially for the Department of Education. We have teachers the wake of those people. Kaya sabi ko, during the time of USEX Dad San Antonio, he was the former director of Calabarzon. When I discussed to him about the issues about suicide cases in the region, sabi namin, it's really alarming that we have 3 cases of suicide. The first suicide case, kung napalitaan niyo yung nagbigte na nakasuot ng teacher uniform at naging the broadcast yan via national TV. Then second, we also have issue about nagbigte, and we also have another one na nagbigte. So lahat sila nagbibigte when they commit suicide. And we all know, no, in psychology, if that is the way how a person committed suicide, it's really severe. It's really severe. So sabi namin, parang pumupunta ako lagi sa mga patay na, parang supposedly it should be intervention. We have to prevent issues like this. Why not? We have to intensify a mental health awareness. Let's have first the mental health awareness, and then let's promote all of these things in the region so that people will be aware on how to and strengthen the psychological first aid, especially if there are issues or there are teachers, fellow employees who are or co-employees who are suffering with problems, so we can help them. So eventually naging program siya in the region, which is the mental health, at ako po yung nagpo-provide ng somehow a psychoeducation to the different schools in Calabarzon. And I also encountered then, if you still remember, issue about binaril yung bata sa loob ng classroom. We have issues of like that, no? But this is for academic purposes. And I am discussing this to you so that with the time that it happens to your school, you know what to do. Diba? Mga cases about about group of students who will be jumping sa isang building ng classroom ng DepEd. Can you imagine? Na because of this software, I forgot the name of the application on the cell phone, na meron doon na sinusunod nila yung parang instruction from that, and then I forgot, later siguro ma-recall kung anong yung software na yon. And then eventually magsusuicide sila ng sabay-sabay. So, and we also have cases of students who committed self-harm. May mga ganyan tayo mga bata, not only in the public school but even in the private school. So those are the issues, and we found out that maybe that these people are really cannot accommodate or cannot manage rather those risks, no, those psychosocial risks that they encountered at home and even in the office. Then how do we manage psychosocial risks now? So we have to manage those risks, and lastly, those examples of psychosocial hazards will also be discussed for today. So those are the things that we will be that I will be discussing, and I hope that everyone will also participate by by responding through your chat box. You may use your chat box, or you can turn on your microphone, and you can ask me question later on. Okay. And of course, hindi ko makakalimutan, I was in Tanay Rizal because there is a certain child na dyaryo din yon na yung bata daw ay nasiraan ng bait na dahil sa kamo module. Because of the module, if you still remember that. So I went there with the superintendent and of course our medical team who helped the child and the parent to overcome the problem. And of course, based on our there are factors that really affect, but eventually it's not really the module that that caused the individual, that person to be like that. There is a history, but of course somehow it can trigger. It triggers because of so much stress that our learners and even teachers, no, ramdam namin yan. And even the parents, ramdam din natin yan na talagang nahihirapan sila because of the stress that they encounter, especially because there is a shift in education. There is a sudden shift, and all of us naman talaga, we are not prepared about it because wala namang nag-expect that there will be such pandemic like this. All right? So we have to define mental health and defining mental ill health. The first one, mental health is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities. You can cope normally, no, to the stresses of life. And you can work productively, fruitfully, and you're able to contribute to his or your community. My question now is, based on the definition of mental health, based on the 4 requisites, no? Kasi if we will be defining what mental health is, there are 4 requisites. You should realize your abilities or your potentials. The second, you can cope normally with the stresses of life. Can contribute to your community. Now, my question, you just use your chat box, no? Do you possess all of these 4? Yes or no lang? Please press yes or no. Let me see. You can use your chat box. You just type in yes or no. Do you possess all of those things? Let me see. Here. Anybody home? Okay.
Yes po, Doc. Hello po.
Yeah, thank you. You kindly use yes. Okay, yes somehow, sabi ni Miss Nicole. Ayan. You know why I am asking? Kasi may baka mamaya imik ako na imik dito, wala na pala akong kasama sa Zoom. All right. So of course, sabi ni Miss Labadia, yes. All right. So all of those requisites or requirements for you to become to say that you are mentally healthy, they possess it, and daming sumasagot ng yes. Are you sure? My second question now is, are you sure that you are mentally healthy? Of course, if we possess the criteria, the basic criteria, Late lang po siguro doc yung message, sabi ni Miss Abenelia. Okay, thank you. We are hopeful po. Okay. Bakit hopeful? Of course, we have to claim it that we are mentally healthy. Sabi naman dito ni Miss Shays, ano daw, maybe daw. Ito naman si Jeffrey Pastrana, of course. Sana po, opo. Okay, sabi ni Miss Riola. Bakit Miss Riola mo sana, opo? Okay. So, of course, these are the criteria that can tell us that we are mentally healthy. So once that you deviate from one of the criteria, isa lang ang mawala sa requisite, there is something wrong with you. You have to consult a psychologist, no? Kami kasing psychometrician, ang trabaho namin is to assess by using standardized tests, materials to measure. Once that we found out, you will be recommended to see a psychologist. And as a psychologist, pag nakita niya na there is a need for medical management, for example, pharmacological intervention, you need the pharmacological intervention o yung medicine, sa layman's term natin ay kailangan ng gamot. So, kailangan kayong bumisita sa psychiatrist. And that's actually an issue. Kasi it's the same thing when you visit a psychologist, when you visit a psychiatrist, it's the same thing when you visit a dentist, when you visit your dermatologist. Pag bumisita ka sa dermatologist mo, nahihiya ka ba? Mr. Kabaysa. Lahat ba tayo, pag bumisita ba tayo sa doktor natin, nahihiya ba tayong pumunta sa doktor? Siyempre, hindi tayo nahihiya. Of course, we are, parang pupunta tayo ng ospital. Tapos lalo na, di ba, pag mga Makati Med, ang pinunta mong ospital, talagang post agad yan. Pinost mo na agad, nasa St. Luke's ako. Pero, kapag pumunta ka sa isang psychiatrist, may magpo-post kaya na pumunta siya ng psychiatrist? Visiting a psychiatrist here at St. Luke's, Makati. Wala. Definitely walang magpo-post noon because because what they think is baka isipin. Sabi ni Miss Ma'am Gloria, oo doon nakakahiya daw po na malaman na kasi that's the stigma. That's the stigma when you visit a psychiatrist. Tama si Sir San Lorenzo that when you visited a psychiatrist, the stigma is siraulo ka. Something is wrong with you. Hindi ba pwede may gusto mo lang kausap? Hindi ba pwedeng gusto mo lang ng magkaroon ng kausap and malaman kung ano ba yung iyong situation? Kasi ako personally, kapag there are problems that for example, my colleagues sa regional office ay may problema, I usually refer the patient to a psychiatrist para magkaroon ng assessment at magkaroon ng proper management. Kasi if you will be self-diagnosing, sasabihin mo that you are suffering from depression dahil nalungkot ka. Depressed ka na agad at magli-live ka na. It might affect your work, 'di ba? So, wag tayong mahihiya. That's the stigma. We should not be like that na mahihiyang pumunta at kumonsulta sa psychiatrist. Kami po, ako personally, yung group namin, nagkakaroon kami ng debriefing once a year. And we actually talk lang, nakikipag-usap lang kami sa aming mga friends psychiatrists sa group of circle of friends namin. And para ma-relieve kami at yung aming stress na na-encounter for the whole period, lalo na kapag nag-conduct ka ng session, na-absorb mo kasi ganun yung ganun yun. You absorb those things, those negative things, that you need to have a debriefing and you have to do self-care also. Lahat tayo nagsa-self-care. Diba? My way of managing stress, my way of doing self-care, it might be different from yours because the level of stress that I encounter is different from yours. My level of stress commonly is when I sign a certain document. When I sign a document and then, iisipin ko yun, tama bang pinirmahan ko yung dokumento na yun? Ano kaya ang mangyari after kung pirmahan yung document na yun? So, commonly nung bago akong chief, that was my pressure, no? Signing a certain document about making decision. That's the term. In making decision, baka nagkamali ako ng decision or not. But definitely, now that it's been almost 3 years na akong nakaupo. I usually work by the book. by the letters, no? Kapag hindi siya nasusulat, definitely I do not make decisions without any legal basis. And that's actually how I operate my office, and you should also be doing that if you really want to become a school head. All right. And of course, mental health also influences how we think and feel about ourselves and others, and how we interpret events. It also affects our capacity to learn, to communicate, and to form, sustain, and of course, end relationship, according to Fredo. It also influences our ability to cope with the change, transition, and life events. So therefore, if you can cope with the changing times because of this pandemic, that we are already in the post-COVID times, definitely congratulations to everyone, because we are all mentally healthy if you're able to cope with the challenges that we are encountering right now. So this is the umbrella term that commonly associated with mental health, schizophrenia. A very good example of schizophrenia is the movie of Gerald Anderson and Pia Wershbach suffering. Gerald Anderson is actually suffering from schizophrenia. It is schizophrenia wherein layman's term yung fantasy world, pumupunta na siya sa fantasy world, imagination world, na kung saan masaya siya doon sa kanyang created world. Okay? So we have also panic, we have the obsessive compulsive disorder, we have self-harm, stress, eating disorder, of course, anxiety, yan, and the post-traumatic stress disorder, and the phobia. So these are the words associated with mental health. And these are commonly words used by people that telling, oh, may anxiety ako. May depression ako. Without merely telling, ano bang ibig sabihin ng depression? And how did you know that you are depressed? You have to be diagnosed. Para lang yung COVID, no? Paano mo nasabi may COVID ka? You will not be able to know na may COVID ka unless na meron kang RT-PCR, 'di ba? Something like that. Speaking of COVID, this is my nakalakalaya ko lang. I was given a certificate that I have completed my isolation. Nag-positive kasi ako sa COVID 2 weeks ago. But don't worry, I'm okay. Kaya siguro lagi nag-chat sa akin si Sir Mercurio, asking me if I'm okay. Yes, I'm definitely okay. And during the time of my isolation, my work is still ongoing pa din naman. So now, this is the mental health continuum. So as you can see, healthy, this is the category for healthy, reacting, injured, and ill. So we will be focusing on the healthy side. No, if we are healthy, we are calm and steady in every situation that we encounter, in every situation that we face, in every challenges that we encounter, we are still calm. Diba? Calm tayo. Yung parang normal lang, kahit alak na ng problema ng gobyerno, nakangiti ka pa din. Diba? Kahit ang dami ng issues, you are still calm and hindi ka nagne-nervous breakdown. Normal fluctuations in the mood. Natural yan na minsan may mga fluctuations tayo sa mood natin na parang, alam mo yung blue moon, yung parang, parang I feel so sad. Parang I feel not to go to the office na. Parang may katabarang taglay tayo. I'm just joking. So, may mga ganun tayo instances na parang saya-saya natin. Maya-maya, bakit parang ang lungkot-lungkot ko na? So it has something, it's normal, it's normal. There are scientific basis or explanation on that because there are fluids inside the brain. Bumababa siya. It should always be balanced. Ang ating mga serotonin level, yung mga ganyan. So it should always be balanced. That's why ang mga people with suffering from depression, they are actually given medications because the level of their fluids inside the brain ay hindi balanced. So meaning there should be medicines that will help them na magbalanse yung fluids inside the brain. Kasi pag bumaba yung, for example, yung serotonin, pag bumaba yun sa utak natin, affected nun yung ating emotions. Okay? You are also fit, fed, rested, in control of physically, mentally, emotionally, di ba? Kahit ang dami nating workloads, ang daming tasks, no? Especially my fellow teachers na talagang I understand and I really salute everyone. nahirap na ginagawa, especially during the retrieval and of course distribution of modules, and especially handling these learners na mahirap maabot. Then performing well. If you perform well, definitely you are mentally healthy. Makikita natin yan, ano, if there is a sudden change sa behavior ng kasama natin, dati nagsasubmit yan ng kanyang project on time, ng kanyang mga requirements on time, pero there's a sudden change, you have to call the attention of that friend, no? Bakit, anong problema? Bakit ka nagkakaganito? Bakit ka nagkakaganyan? Can I help you? Parang something like that. You are socially active. Diba? You are socially active and lots of sense of humor. Okay? And then you find time to relax and recreate. That's very important. But it does not mean that we are given, that you are all given that 3 weeks of suspension of classes. It does not mean that you relax and you create yourselves and you go to the beaches, you go to the different sites, because that's the time for everyone to stay at home and of course to maintain, to be healthy. So that's the main purpose of suspending classes for under the Department of Education, particularly in Calabarzon. Kaya nga ang question doon, ang dami daw nagkaka-COVID. That's actually one of the psychosocial risks, no? They are nagkakaroon ng anxiety about the COVID. Ang dami na daw nagiging positive in the COVID, but based on the current studies, ang question doon, unang-una saan nakuha yung COVID? Is it nakuha ba dahil pumasok sa school o nagka-COVID dahil wala sa loob ng school? So we have to consider those things. Okay? Kaya kami, ang tanong sa amin lagi sa office, bakit nagka-COVID? Saan galing? Sa loob ba yan ang galing o sa labas ng galing? Kasi kung nabalitaan ng direktor, na nag-mall pala yan si Mr. Alba, nagkain pala yan sa mga restaurant. So you breach protocol. So we have to consider those things. We have to reflect on those things. Now we have to consider the protocols that need to comply. Kasi if you breach the protocol, we cannot tell that the reason why is because we go to school. Diba? So those are the things that cause individuals really to feel stress. Natatakot talaga lumabas kasi baka magkaroon ng COVID. Yan lang naman talaga yung greatest fear ng lahat ng tao, na natatakot dahil baka magkaroon ng sakit na COVID. But then and again, of course, ito yung sinumpaan natin tungkulin sa government, that we really have to be of service to others, no? Kung kinakailangan in the exigency of the service, we have to report to our respective offices. Kami po ay nagre-report sa office namin. I am a comorbid, but I am reporting in the office. All right. Okay, not so much on this. So mental health is so often ignored, 'di ba? Hindi yan pinapansin commonly. Ay, ano lang yan? Nag-aartihan lang yan. Sasabihin, Marte lang yan. Kasi ganito. Sasabihin ng bata, o kaya kay employee, parang gusto ko nang mamatay. Ay, dead ma lang yan. Hindi yan magpapakamatay. Aba, you have to be, of course, observant also. Kailangan tingnan mo siya, baka mamaya magpakamatay yon. It's better not to be too late na malaman natin na nag-suicide yung tao. Kasi if that happens, especially kung ikaw yung huling nakausap at hindi mo natulungan yung tao, mag-feeling of guilty ka. Kasi hindi ka nag-attend to the need of that particular person. Kaya kami, in the region, we have set the psychological first aid and we have the psychosocial support team that we have organized para doon sila tumawag yung mga tao na may mga problema sa buhay. And then 1 in 6 workers are experiencing depression, anxiety, or stress. And common depression that they encounter kasi, it's not purely because of the work. The work itself contributes, okay? Allow me to correct that. The work contributes to the depression and anxiety. But that is not only the sole factor that affect an individual to be depressed and to have anxiety. We have also to consider other factors like family. Malalaman namin kaya pala nagkaganon kasi naghiwalay sa asawa, kasi ganito, ganyan. Nabaon na pala sa utang, and because of that reason, nag-suicide. So yun yung mga factors na tinitingnan natin, and of course, dahil yun yung naging nakitang factors natin, so nagde-develop tayo ng programa. For example, program for financial management. Siyempre, sabi natin, mag-financial management training para makatulong, pero ang tagal na. Ang solution talaga dyan immediately is to pay the debts. But of course, we cannot do that in the government to pay all the debts of our colleagues, no, na yung mga ganon. So what we can do is to provide intervention to help these people how to earn money and how to be thrifty and to live within the means. So that's the very basic that we are teaching, especially doon sa amin. Kasi we have three. We have emotional management, we have financial management. So in our trainings talaga, especially kami in the regional office, we are being trained, no, especially in terms of financial management, that we have to live based on our means. Meaning to say, you have to live based on your capacity. But it does not mean naman that living within your means ay tipidin mo yung sarili mo. It's not that, no. It's the way how it should be balanced, no. If you are receiving this, then you can maintain your lifestyle. If your salary is not that, you have to avoid that particular lifestyle. So that's very clear to everyone, and that's very clear to us. Kasi nga, that's the common reason kung bakit nagkakaroon ng depression and anxiety tayo in the workplace. All right? So stress is actually the degree to which feel overwhelmed or incapable to cope as a result of pressures that are unmanageable. So commonly we encounter this lalo na pag may deadlines. So what is now the issue? Is it the documents that you need to submit, or you failed to meet the deadline? So if there are deadlines, therefore, we have to meet the deadline. And kung ang deadline ay bukas na agad, ngayon lang sa'yo sinabi, we can tell our immediate superior that, ma'am, I cannot submit the documents by tonight. If I can submit this tomorrow, I promise to submit this tomorrow. Siyempre, you are the one who will be doing it, unless na lang na talaga nag-set ka ng date and then you failed to comply with your promise. Ganon kami sa John, especially with our RD before, si RD Cabral. Dati yung, sir, I really cannot finish the policy until tonight. Can I submit it tomorrow morning? Okay, you submit that before lunch. At least I have ample of time to finish the policy. So hindi ka na pressure, hindi ka na stress. Kasi if you are pressured because of the time, hindi ka makakapag-isip ng dapat mong ilagay doon. But if you will communicate to your immediate superior about it, I think that your immediate superior will really understand the situation. And do not give, no, you will become administrators in the future. Do not give impossible deliverables. Kasi alam mo yung mga impossible deliverables na pagagawin mo ng isang deliverable na alam mo namang hindi niya kayang ibigay sa'yo within the week. And besides, we are the ones who set our standards on what deliverable we can provide or submit on that particular day. So sino nagpapahirap sa sarili natin? Hindi ba tayo din? So if kung alam mo hindi mo kayang isubmit yung deliverable on that day, ay di wag mong ilagay na yun ang deliverable mo. And you just inform your school head. Okay? Okay, so stress is not psychiatric diagnosis, but this is closely related to your mental health, as stress can be the cause of mental health problems. If you often struggle to manage feelings of stress, you might develop mental health problem like anxiety and depression if you fail to manage stress. So this is not forever. It's just right now. And of course, the fear is all about, this is the most powerful emotions. It can have very strong effect on our minds and body. And we are caught in dangerous situation, or if we are being attacked. And this is our instinct, no? Kapag nakakita ka ng asong babangis, what will be your immediate reaction? It's normal that you feel na matakot ka. Ay, masama ay kapag nakakita ka ng mabangis na aso, tumawa ka pa ng tumawa. Tapos kinagat mo pa yung aso. Okay? So, there is a normal feelings or normal emotion na dapat nating ma-reveal. Kung nakakatakot talaga, you have to feel that. Kasi kapag nag-severe ka with that, it may lead you into phobia. Halimbawa, nakakita ka ng dugo, tapos nag-hysterical ka na, nagsisigaw ka na, ganyan-ganyan hanggang sa nawala ka sa sarili mo, hysterical ka. So, you might have phobia with blood. O kaya ikaw, hindi mo alam nung kaibigan mo na may fear of water ka pala, hydrophobia ka. tinulak ka doon sa swimming pool na hanggang tuhod. Yung hindi ka na tipong makatayo tapos feeling mo nalulunod ka sa hanggang tuhod, you might have hydrophobia kasi that's how you react on a certain situation. So you better consult a psychiatrist if that will be the case. Then, fear is something that we consider that is bad thing that may make bad decisions, okay? Fear is also a good thing because it is our immediate response for survival. So if maganda na meron ganito kasi it tells us that there is a may panganib sa ating parating. And that's an initial instinct that nararamdaman natin. And of course, we have anxiety, no? Anxiety refers to feelings of worry, nervousness, apprehension, fear commonly experienced by people when faced with something they view as challenging. So nagwo-worry ka. That is anxiety. Kung nagwo-worry tayo na baka tayo ay magka-COVID, it's normal to feel that way in this time of pandemic because there is really virus, okay? And it's normal to feel that way. Then we have the short-term anxiety that these are actually that don't even those that don't have anxiety can get anxiety when confronted with a situation that causes nervousness. Halimbawa na lang kidding aside. Halimbawa yung si principal na talagang terror na principal minsan ang mga teacher diyan nilalagay nila yung cellphone nila, ina-alert nila yung pinapalitan nila yung ringing tone na kapag tumunog yon alam nila yung principal yung tumatawag. So matataranta na yon. So there might anxiety might develop because of the way how the principal treated the teacher. We do not know. So example ko lang yon, pero there are instances like that. Okay. Then of course we also have the generalized anxiety disorder. When someone has God, their fight or flight system is firing all throughout the day at low levels, and occasionally they can pick up at random times. This may cause shaking to occur for what it seems to be no reason, and you're most likely to be diagnosed with God if you had symptoms up for 6 months or more. So itong mga ganitong klase ng anxiety, this must be diagnosed by a psychiatrist. Okay, allow me to emphasize on that. This should be diagnosed by a psychiatrist. All right? Huwag tayong mag-self-diagnosis na nilalagnat ka lang, uminom ka na ng biogesic. Hindi po ito gano'n na iinom tayo ng biogesic kung nararamdaman tayong anxiety disorder. Common lang gamot na iniinom dyan, dopamine, yan ang mga iniinom dyan ng mga tablet, no? At psychiatrist lang ang nag-i-issue niyan. We also have panic attacks. So panic attacks are the feeling of sudden intense anxiety na kapag dumadating na dyan, oh my God, yung parang natataranta na siya, nag-chill na siya, shaking, nadidisorient siya, hindi na niya alam yung ito ay sinusumpong, and this should be managed by medicines. Pag may mga panic attacks na ganito. There are reasons kung bakit nagkakaroon ng mga panic attacks, maybe because of the past experience that that particular person encounters when she or he was younger. Ang mga may panic attacks din dito, halimbawa, yung may takot ka sa sakit, yung pagpunta mo sa hospital, normal naman yung BP mo, pero once na binipi ka ng doktor mo, tumataas na yung pressure mo. Mag-reflect ka din, bakit kaya tumataas yung BP mo? Natatakot ka ba doon sa doktor? Natatakot ka na malaman na may sakit ka? So may mga ganong instances. And of course, ito naman po ay nagagamot. Don't worry. And then it is also impossible. This is actually the difference between panic attack and panic disorder. So panic attack, possible to experience panic attacks during the stressful life event that never experienced them again. For example, a person who is a victim of a crime or experiences a natural disaster, COVID, may have a panic attack during that event. Na magpapanik na nalaman niya na meron yung kanyang pasyente, halimbawa ay may sakit na COVID, maiisip niya na baka siya may COVID na din, may mga ganon. And yung isa naman is to be diagnosed with panic disorder, a person would need to have a recurrent and unexpected panic attacks.
BCD, di ba? BCD.
Okay?
Basta tatlong letter yun. DVD.
Ano daw yon?
Inabudal, DVD.
Anong DVD yan?
Hello po, excuse
Okay.
me. Kindly
Buti na lang webinar to ng SLSU. Okay. I'll be good, Miss Shirley, don't worry. All right. Another thing here. Another thing. Typical co-occurring conditions that include, it can include depression, social anxiety disorder, of course, yung mga general anxiety disorder, specific phobia, hydrophobia, claustrophobia, lahat na ng klase ng phobia. Obsessive compulsive disorder. I have a client who has a obsessive compulsive disorder na nasa practice pa ako. Binigay kasi sa akin ng psychiatrist yung kanyang management. Management ang tawag namin doon, yung parang psychological intervention guides kung ano yung dapat gawin ng pasyente. So binibigay yan ng psychiatrist or ng psychologist sa amin. So nakita ka namin doon, ito siya, alam mo ba ang kanyang secret para mawala yung kanyang OCD? Ano yan? Mapapansin mo sa kanya, commonly, halimbawa nagsara ng pintuan, nag-lock ng pinto, babalik at babalik yan to ensure na yung door talaga ay nakalock. Secondly, pag hindi na mapakali yung bracelet niya, lagi niyang hinahawakan. Yung one time nawala yung bracelet niya, hindi siya mapakali kasi feeling niya something will happen to him kapag wala yung bracelet na suot niya. Kasi yun yung kanyang naging source of hope na safe siya once nasuot niya yung bracelet na yun. So, may mga ganon. And of course, this person is diagnosed by a psychiatrist and minanage natin yan. At may daily medications yun. May maintenance po yun. And of course, meron tayong mga PTSD, yung mga post-traumatic stress disorder na na-encounter nila nung sila ay bata until now na sila lumalabas yung sakit. So these are the common that this should always be diagnosed by psychiatrist. So depression is a common mental disorder that characterized by persistent sadness and loss of interest in the activities, severe sadness that you normally enjoy accompanied by an inability to carry out daily activities. Halimbawa, si Miss Royola. Halimbawa si Miss Royola, nade-depress ako, girl. Kasi ang daming module. Tapos sasabi ni Miss Shirley, girl, tara, let's go out. Mag-hangout tayo, labas tayo. And then, sasabi ni Miss Royola, wait lang, girl, I have to fix my face pa. I have to take a bath and mag-makeup pa. Now, tell me, are you depressed on that situation? Yes or no?
I don't think so po, Chief.
Definitely, you are not depressed kasi you are already aware about the things around you that you need to go to the bathroom and mag-makeup pa. Nasabi mo lang depressed kasi malungkot ka. Pero kapag aware ka pa na gusto mo magpaganda, you're not depressed. You're not depressed. Nandun ka pa lang sa sadness na nararamdaman. And yung mood swing kasi, not mood swing, sorry for the term, yung changes in the mood, it's normal. It's normal, ha? Normal yon na Ako kasi kapag nagkakaroon ako ng change sa mood, talaga, sabihin ko na lang, Miss Donna, ibili mo naman ako ng Stico. Kasi you know what Stico is? Yung Stico, yung tig-pisong Stico.
Yes, sir.
Yan ang stress reliever ko sa office. Can you imagine? That's my stress reliever in the office. I love to eat Stico. Ganun ako kababaw. Pag may Stico na ako tsaka yung choknut, I feel refreshed. I love choknut kasi tapos ilalagay ko siya sa kape. I don't know, yun ang trip ko eh, walang magagawa. Yun ang aking a way of daw? Stick-o daw yung 1 year supply ng Stick-o. Ayun, nagpaparinig ba ako Stick-o tsaka choknut? I love those things, lalo na yung choknut na malamig. All right. So that's my way of overcoming stress in the office, that I usually eat my comfort food. But of course, I'm telling you that my management and stress management might not be fit to you kasi may kanya-kanya tayong way of how to do it. So depression, causes and common types of depression and symptoms and physical symptoms, ito po, binibigay ito ng, sasabihin nyo sa doktor nyo, sa psychiatrist, kung ano ba yung common na nararamdaman nyo. And they will be the one to diagnose when it comes to depression. So of course, some common types of depression, it can be dysthymia, depressive episode, bipolar disorder. I also have client na bipolar. na ito, suicidal to ha. Ito, lagi nagtatantrums to mga to. Lagi akala mo, laging inaapi, feeling nila, emotional disturbed sila. Itong postnatal disorder, of course, PSTD, and then seasonal affective disorder. Commonly yung mga nasesaryan, nakaka-experience ito, ano, ganyan ako nung nasesaryan ako. Okay. So meron din, actually it's normal for those who suffer, nagkaroon ng postnatal na naganak sila, and of course especially yung nasesaryan because according to psychiatrists, because of the anesthesia na tinurukan, lahat ng naturukan ng anesthesia, ng general anesthesia actually might affect your brains to feel the way na ma-depress ka. And it's normal effect kasi may tinurok sa'yo. And of course, depression affects in 1 to 10 people during their lifetime, and 3 million people are diagnosed in the United Kingdom na may depression. Dito kasi sa Philippines, we don't have yet the accurate number of people suffering from depression. The reason why, because according to psychiatrists, there are only small numbers of clients or patients who come to their clinics. The reason why nga, nahihiya yung mga tao na magpa-consulta sa psychiatrist. That's why I'm encouraging everyone, during your free time, you visit a psychiatrist. Diba? Para para ma-mental health check tayo, are we still normal? Kasi baka hindi na normal yung ginagawa natin. Diba? O noted daw, sabi ni Miss Nada, ni Ma'am Nada, pupunta na daw ng psychiatrist. O kung meron kayong kilalang psychiatrist, as a psychologist, you can also go to psychologists. But not to us as psychometrician, because what we can do lang is to provide you assessment, and we only follow doctor's order. Diba? We only follow doctor's order and psychologist order. Kung ano in-order sa amin ng psychologist, yun lang yung gagawin namin sa inyo. Kanta. O, diba? Ganon. Of course, so it depends. So ganon yun. Ganon yung work situation. Ganon nagtatrabaho ang psychiatrist, psychologist, and psychometrician. It's actually a group, no? Group yan na nagtatrabaho. Para yan nasa hospital din. May surgeon, may anesthesiologist, at merong medical technologist. So we actually work together. All right. Another thing, it lasts to 8 to 6 months, and working days lost in UK due to depression is approximately 9.8 million. Okay. So this is the black dog, living with the black dog. I had the black dog, so mental illness. So providing appropriate support. How are you going to do this in the workplace? You learn about mental health. Don't judge or criticize. We have employee in the region suffering from depression. Actually, siya ay transferred from a division na detailed sa amin sa regional office because of some reasons. And eventually, she's now okay. She's actually productive, and we do not actually in division file na siya for dismissal in the service. Kasi pinalalabas na non-functional na siya. Pero when we observe that employee in the regional office, she's actually productive, and now she's actually recovering from depression, and we are glad to tell na talagang it depends upon the environment, about the surroundings, and she's now actually ready to go back to the division. After 3 years of stay in our office, ibinili niya sa amin yung San Antonio before that alagaan, and of course maging okay, and that's how we treat people in the region, because we considered equal opportunity for these people, people with persons with disability. Okay. You also have to pay attention. You have to be patient with these people, kasi kayo lang yung source of hope nila. Kung kayo yung tinatawagan, you have to be patient. Be forgiving. Okay, and you listen. That's the beauty, Yun lang naman ang gagawin nyo, makinig sa kanilang paulit-ulit na storya ng buhay nila. You just listen to them, and while listening to them, marirelieve sila on what they feel and what they think. All right. Then of course, recovery. So in terms of recovery, it's about building meaningful and satisfying life wherever there are recurring or ongoing symptoms or mental health problems. The key themes of recovery agency gaining a sense of control over one's life and one's illnesses. So pag meron ng integration na tinatawag, meaning to say, kapag yung pasyente galing sa mental hospital sa loob ng facility, it can be integrated na to the normal, better. But there is, I still remember when I had my clinical practice at the National National Center for Mental Health when I was a student pa. We have the clinical internship, that's the term. Itong mga nasa labas na nagtitinda ng mga sigarilyo, nagtitinda naman kung ano-ano sa labas doon sa pagpasok mo kasi doon sa may mga malalaking puno sa loob ng mental hospital, may mga nagtitinda doon. You know what? They are actually one of the patients na gumaling na. But very sad to say that these people were no longer be accepted by their family, and that's how sad. That's very sad yung story kasi the acceptance of their family, they were abandoned already by the respective family because of the mental illness, and very sad na ganun yung nangyari. And are you aware that during the time nang wala pang batas about mental health law, kawawa ang mga pasyente because they don't have enough funds for that. About the medicines, if you are suffering from mental illness and you were hospitalized, you are confined, you're not entitled to a benefit from the PhilHealth. But because of the bill that we have right now, at least they enjoy the benefit of 20% for PWD. And that's good to hear that the government is actually doing things for these people. Ganyan ang na-experience nila. And of course, yun yung mga non-paying kasi may mga paying doon. Kaya maganda rin na mabisita nyo sila in the future. O malay nyo maging kasama na rin kayo doon para makita nyo yung katotohanan sa likod ng mga nasusulat. Because you will never really appreciate mental health if you just read the law, you just read the manuscript. But if you really experienced to be with them, definitely you will really appreciate the life that you have right now. Kasi that's actually the saddest part of being mental health patient because of the acceptance of the family and the acceptance of the society. And that's our call really to promote mental health, not only for us who are mentally healthy, but for those people who are really suffering from mental health issues. Okay. So of course you need to do self-care. No, you have to do self-care and you have to assess yourself. Let me see, when it comes to romance, if you will rate yourself, kindly use your chat box. Ano masasabi niyo sa inyong romance? Highest is 10, lowest is 0, yung nasa pinakang dulo. Let me see nga from the group. Wow, sabi ni Mr. Gensaya, 10 daw romance. Okay, 9, 10 din si Mr. Jordan. Okay, ang ganda naman ng mga sagot. 10, talagang napakataas ng kanilang assessment when it comes to romance. O 7 lang daw si Miss Ayap. Ayan. So how about when it comes to, ano bang maganda dito? How about personal growth? How do you assess yourself when it comes to personal growth? Bakit naman 5 lang si Mr. Reyes? We are talking about personal growth, so 8. Yan. So 6, 7. All right. So, ayan. At least maganda, no? Maganda yung result ng assessment. Nasa ano tayo? How about career? Sige nga, what about career? What can you say about your career? Okay, 8, no? 7. Ayan. You know what, when it comes to career promotion, I'm telling you, if it is really for you, it is really
Mind
for you.
over matter, parang
When it comes to career, ayan. So 8, sabi. All right, thank you for your participation. So now, let's talk about psychosocial risks in the workplace. Bibilisan na natin, ano? So psychosocial risk factors are things that may affect workers' psychological response to their work and workplace. Example, high workloads. Nakaka-apekto ba ng ang overloads? Yes or no? Oh, makakaunti
Yes.
sumasagot ng yes. Natatakot ba? Okay. Ay kapag deloaded ba? Pag ba deloaded, hindi nakaka-apekto ng workload? May naalala kasi ako tungkol sa overload do, overload do. Dami nagrereklamo. Pagpunta ko doon, nag-compute ako ng number of students versus the number of teachers. Deloaded. My God, the teacher should teach 6 hours and 2 hours for the preparation, 'di ba? Makita ko dun sa loading ng computation, nag-compute ako ng teaching load. Aba, nagtuturo lang yung teacher ng 3.5 hours. Tapos sasabihin stress daw. Hindi ba dapat thankful pa? Ayan, nadagdagan tuloy yung load niya. Sa halip na hindi. Sa private po, pag deloaded means, yeah, deloaded din ang salary and it's really very stressful. I came from a private school and I understand, no? But of course, as a leader from a private school, I do not have a teaching experience in the public school because I came from a private and higher ed. So kapag may ganon, problema doon in terms of addressing psychosocial risk, I draft policy about salary and teaching load on and off site so that the salary will not be affected. Madali naman kausap ang management ng mga private in case it depends upon the principal. Okay, let's see. So psychosocial risk management is the application of the risk management framework to psychosocial risks in the workplace. This is in relation to standardization. This is about this international standards organization rather, about psychosocial risk, because recently the ISO had just released last year in 2021, I think, they have released the manual for psychosocial risk management. Because of the pandemic nga, because of the stress, etc., naglabas ng manual in addressing psychosocial risk. So in this case, so some examples of psychosocial work hazards or psychosocial hazards, the first one is work-related stress, harassment, lone or remote working. Yan, yung mga work from home natin, it's very stressful during the time, nung first time natin ma-encounter ang work from home. It's very stressful, especially to everyone na walang gadget sa bahay. Correct? Buti ngayon, provided na ng gobyerno, halos provided na tayo hindi lang lahat, pero kahit papaano nabibigyan kahit papaano ng gobyerno ang ating nabibigyan ng gobyerno ang mga kasamahan nating guro ng mga bagay-bagay na dapat meron sila. So of course, we had the violence in the workplace, fatigue, and alcohol and use. So how psychosocial risk can affect your work efficiency? So if you encounter work-related stress, you encounter harassment, may I know from the group how psychosocial risk can affect your work efficiency? Naapektuhan ba? At paano? Medyo mahaba yung sagot, ano? So how psychosocial risks can affect your work efficiency if you encounter all of these things in your organization? Yes, you will not be motivated to go, nandiyan na naman yung principal kong bungangera. O kaya nandiyan na naman yung yung kinaiinis. Minsan kasi kahit wala namang ginagawa sa yung kasamahan mo sa trabaho, naiinis ka, no? Yung parang hindi ka naman naiinis ka, nairita ka na, makikita ko na naman si naiinis ako. So, you will not be motivated to go to school. And of course, when it comes to productivity, there will be very low productivity because you are not motivated. If your performance will also be affected. Mawawalan ka ng gana, correct? So, hindi naman natin pwedeng tanggalin yung tao na ayaw ninyo. So what we're going to do is to develop an intervention plan so that ma-address natin yung mga issues na ganito sa inyong opisina at sa inyong organization. At pag-uusapan natin yun ngayon. So psychosocial hazards are increasingly recognized as major challenges to health, safety, and well-being at work. This is according to ISO DIS 45003. This is the manual of psychosocial risk management in terms of ISO. So accordingly, psychosocial, okay, ba't nawala yung Ba't lumabo siya? Okay, so psychosocial. Kindly hold on. Ano to? Bakit meron ako nagkaroon ng malapad dito sa aking screen? Kindly hold on. Okay, hold on. Teka, nalulubat pala. Wait. Okay, so as I was saying, wala na yung... So as I was saying again, so psychosocial hazards relate to how to work organize social factors at work and aspects of the work, environment, equipment, and hazardous tasks. Psychosocial hazards can be present in all organizations and all sectors from all kinds of works, tasks, equipment, employment, and arrangements. So because of this reason, the psychosocial hazards may lead to negative outcomes for workers, can lead poor health and associated conditions, disease, skeletal disorders, diabetes, anxiety, depression, sleep disorders, and the like. And of course, the commitment and productivity will also be affected because of the psychosocial hazards. Now, organizations are actually responsible for identifying the hazards and minimizing the risks associated with them. And the participation of the workers in all stages of the process is critical to the success of managing psychosocial risk. And let's see. So we have to ensure that there is well-being at the workplace, healthy well-being, okay? And fulfillment of the physical, mental, and cognitive needs and expectations of a worker related to their work. Because well-being at work can also contribute to the quality of life outside the work, and well-being at work relates to all aspects of working life, including work organization, social factors at work, and work environment, and even equipment and hazardous tasks. Then, of course, consider the external and internal issues that can affect the achievement of the outcomes. The first thing that you need to do is to adjust the design of activities to manage psychosocial risk to suit the specific context of the workplace. You have to identify ano ba yung mga causes of psychosocial hazards na meron commonly sa offices. Sige nga, I just want to know from the group, ano ba yung mga common psychosocial hazards na na-encounter ninyo kung bakit nai-stress sa trabaho? Tingnan natin. We have to understand kasi the needs and expectations of the workers before we can come up an intervention program. And also, we have to tailor activities to improve the focus and reliability, validity of the process to manage psychosocial risk. And considering all of those needs and expectations, we'll be able to come up with an intervention. And of course, we'll be able to assess how psychosocial risk will be used to make effective action plans. In the first place, ano-ano ba yung meron? Halimbawa, about the roles and expectations. As teacher, are we aware about our roles and responsibilities? Our role is to teach, but it is very stressful on a science teacher if you were tasked to teach MAPE. Tama ba? If there is mismatch in the classroom. Mathematics major ka, pinagturo ka ng pinagturo ka ng TLE. Ano ba naman ang malay ng mathematics major sa pagtuturo ng hairdress? Diba? So that's very stressful on the end. As a school head, because you know that there is a mismatch, therefore, as an intervention, very difficult na kasing mag-hire ng teacher na major, correct? So what will now be your remedy to that? You send the teacher to the training so that the teacher will be able to know how to teach TLE, even though he is a mathematics major. And then eventually next school year, because there will be hiring again, you prioritize now the teachers that need to be hired because you lack those teachers handling those majors. So as a school head, we have to think that way. You have to be visionary. Hindi laging sinusunod na lamang kung anong ipinag-uutos ng division office kasi the school heads must be empowered as provided for by 9155. And then, how about organizational change management? What happened kapag there is a sudden change in the leadership in the school? Diba? What will happen if there will be a leadership shift in the school? That's, yes, very good. That's adjustment. That's the problem in the culture, in the school level, in the Department of Education. Different principal, new policy. It should always be sustained. That's why when we go to the schools, we provide them technical assistance on how to sustain a good practice. And of course, we have to stop those practices which are not relevant anymore in the school operations. So that's very stressful, lalo na sa bagong principal. Halimbawa si Ms. Sherte yung principal A. Ang daang mga members ng kanyang community, ang stakeholders niya ay talagang very supportive ang mayor, supportive ang lahat ng mga politiko kay Ms. Sherte. Ay biglang napalitan ni Ms. Riola. Ngayon, ang nangyari, yung lahat ng stakeholder, nangyayari to, that's very stressful. That's psychosocial risk, no? Kasi managing a school. So, nawala na ng support ngayon kasi lumipat na yung lahat ng supporters ni Ms. Sherte doon sa kabilang school. So, kawawa yung school B. That's why we are promoting that to remain and sustain the good practices, the culture of those. Kasi there should no new system that be implemented in the school in the first place because we only have one depth ed. So that's our call in the ano. By the way, nasa SLS yung nga pala ako. Okay. Of course, we have to the remote and isolated work. Ano, this is very stressful on the part of the teachers, especially kung walang internet sa bahay. But this is the rule. Kapag work from home ka, ensure that you have internet connection at home. Because if you do not have internet connection and connectivity and you do not have the equipment in your school, you better go to the in your home, you better go to the school. Kasi how can you deliver your outputs if you do not have those things? Correct? 'Di ba? Ganun kami sa regional office. Pag mo work from home ka, wala ka namang internet sa bahay, you work in the office. You stay in the office for 2 weeks. Meron naman kaming facility dito. Dito kami natutulog sa office, lalo na kasagsagan ng COVID. Ayan. Then job security. Tayo sa DepEd, we are secured in our jobs because no matter what happened, we are all in. Maliban na lang if you are presidential appointee. So after the elections, definitely new government will, we all know, and mapapalitan na rin syempre if you are presidential appointee. So of course, yung working hours and schedule, lalo na ngayon na bago tayo na pag-work from home. Kaya gusto ko pag nasa office ako, after ko mag-office ng 5 o'clock, stop na for me to stay mentally healthy. So these are the things, no, interpersonal relationship. These are the common issues that we encounter. Poor communication. Sometimes, do not text your school head. You call them. You ask them and then you call them. Kasi sometimes, if the principal is intimidated with you, and then you send a message, sometimes how you convey the message might be different on the end of the other hand, correct? Minsan hindi maganda yung dating ng message pero ang intention mo lang naman ay mag-text lang na hindi ka makakapasok dahil masama ang iyong pakiramdam. Pero ang interpretation ng school head mo, tamad kang magtrabaho. Tamad kang pumasok. So, you better call. Sometimes the messages that we send has double meaning. You get it? It has double meaning kasi lalo it depends upon how the end reads the message. Kung galit ako nung binasa ko yung message mo na hindi ka papasok, ang interpretation ko nung tinatamad ka magtrabaho. So, better you call, ay hindi ako makakapasok kasi may sipon ako. Okay, end of conversation. Okay? Yung poor relationship among managers and supervisors. Meron pa bang ganyan? Parang wala naman yata, parang meron siguro. Hindi ko rin alam sa field, Sa regional office kasi ay, although minsan, honestly, kapag nasa meeting kami ng regional Rexicom, may mga academic discussions na pinag-uusapan, nagtatalunan. Pero, at the end of the meeting, tapos na ang issue. Hindi na namin yun para dalhin as personal. And even in my personal office, kapag nagalit ako sa kasamahan ko sa trabaho, kasi talagang ako ay mataray na hepe, and siguro yung ibang schools na napuntahan ko dito ay you can attest to that. So, But in my case, after that, I usually leave it within the four corners of the office because once I leave the office, isa na akong ordinaryong tao na gumagawa din ng kasalanan. Okay. All right. So another thing, yan mga interpersonal conflict. So itong mga to, as a leader, you have to be observant. You have to know all of these things. Minsan kailangan maging marites para malaman mo and for you to develop a certain intervention to promote healthy relationship in the organization. Even leadership. If you are a leader and there is a lack of clear vision and objectives, hindi mo alam kung paano mo patakbuhin yung eskwelahan mo, therefore, it will be very difficult for the teachers to follow instructions. I will not read everything. I'll just give some examples. Organizational group culture. Halimbawa, yung poor communication, misinterpretation, yan. Commonly yan yung na-encounter natin. And, of course, yung mga favoritism, no? Usong-uso yan. Lalo na sa pagpapadala ng mga magsiseminar. Kung sino yung pet ni principal, yun ang pinapadala sa seminar. That was before. But because of the LND system that we have right now, so may mga inventory na sino na bang teachers na umattend, sino na bang dapat nating ipadala. Sana nangyayari nga. And of course, may mga yung sa career development naman, there is somehow career stagnation and under promotion. Yung iba naman ay wala pang 6 na buwan, ay promote ng promote. So kung ikaw ay na-stress dahil sa kapopromote ng iyong kasamahan, edi mapapromote ka din. Okay. Kasi hindi ka nag-a-apply. Diba? Tapos kung sino pa yung hindi nag-apply, siya yung madaming reklamo. And that's very common in the Department of Education. Bakit kasi hindi ka nag-apply? And that's it. No, but of course, I just want to make an emphasis on this, that when it comes to promotion, kung hindi ka na-promote at hindi ikaw ang kinuha, just be it. No question at all. You know why? Because it's not for you. Because God has greater opportunity that is actually waiting for you. I still remember, just to share to everyone lang, I applied as an education program specialist sa isang division. But I was not hired. Education program specialist is salary grade 16 or 15 if I'm not mistaken. I was not hired by that division for some reasons, because maybe there is a prioritization that it should be coming from the department. And of course, the chief of that particular division is very vocal what happened, and they are very sorry on what happened. And I understand. They never actually hear coming from me anything. Even the technicalities, I don't question it. Parang I just leave it na lang na maybe there is a greater opportunity for me. And besides, naging friends ko yung mga naging kalaban ko during the hiring. And boom, it's really an opportunity because when I submitted my documents to the regional office, without any experience in the public school, I was hired as education program supervisor during the time in 2015. Sabi ko, better na din. At least hindi ako salary grade 15. Mas 22 ako that time when I reached a regional office. And modesty aside, after 4 years as education program supervisor in the region, I got promoted as OIC chief in 2019 for almost 3 months as OIC chief. And then eventually, I was designated, appointed by the regional director and attested by the Civil Service Commission as the chief of the Field Technical Assistance Division. So what I am encouraging everyone that if you fail for something, wag kayong mawalan ng pag-asa because it might cause you to be stressed. And I am very proud to tell everyone that I am a second taker in terms of licensure exam for teachers. Because the first time that I took licensure exam, I took values education because I am non-major. I am not an education graduate. I took up licensure exam for teachers twice. Yung una kong tinake doon, values education. Very stressful on my end because I teach philosophy, I teach psychology, I teach all of those things, and yet I failed. Then on my second time when I took it, and I took the review during the time, and then eventually I passed the licensure examination for English. I took English. Sabi ko, siguro God is really has a greater plan for me. Instead of passing the TLE, I will pass as teacher for English. So I passed and eventually I got jobs. Nagkaroon ako ng maraming trabaho that time. And I got promoted as principal at the very young age sa isang school dyan sa Lucena City. So I am encouraging everyone lang, and I mean motivating everyone that promotion is actually a God's gift. It's better for you to be promoted because everybody really wants you to be promoted, rather than that you are promoted because you use political interventions for you to get the position. You know why? Because at the end of the day, you will not be very happy for who you are, because you know that you got the promotion because you use somebody who is more powerful, so that you will be put in that particular position, and you will never be happy. I'm telling you, may stress kapag ganon. Okay. Then of course, yung support, supervision, civility and respect, work balance and violation at work. This is very common. This is very common to everyone in the organization, especially in terms of supervision, yung lack of constructive performance feedback evaluation, na nagagalit sa iyo si principal without knowing bakit po kayo nagagalit sa akin, ano po ba yung naging problema. So you have to be very vocal. You have to be very vocal and constructive in the way that you give your comments to your people in the future. Because of course, if you are aspiring to become leaders also in the future, there are some leaders also in the future, the very first thing that you have to build, it's not to possess, it's not only the doctorate degree, it's not the PhD degree that you should possess. You should have the values, the integrity, and the credibility. Because if you do not have the credibility and integrity, I doubt that you will be promoted. Because degrees can be earned, but integrity and credibility are actually being earned from outside. And it's not you who determine credibility and integrity, but it's the people around you. And it is one of the criteria of the CES for them to choose kung sinong iuupo nila, because they conduct background investigation. Okay? Then of course, reviewing the job description is very important. You have to review your work. Bakit mo gagawin ng isang task na hindi mo naman trabaho? We are all KRA-based. Tama ba? Ngayon, kung binigyan ka ng assignment ng principal mo at napakadami mong coordinatorship, magpasalamat ka sa principal mo. Dahil nasa iyo ang trust and confidence. And eventually, at the end of the day, yung lahat ng task na yun, magagamit mo yon for your promotion purposes. At yung mismong principal mo magsasabi sa'yo, magpa-promote ka na. Mag-apply ka. I still remember my chief, the chief emeritus of my office. I usually call her as the chief emeritus, si Chief Agnes. Nung bago yan umalis, sabi niya sa akin, applyan mo na yung position ko. Ha? Ma'am, I'm only new in the service. No, you file your application, wala namang mawawala. Okay, what will I prepare? You have prepared all of this. Artihan ako sa office, para nila akong baby doon. What will I prepare, ma'am? You have to prepare this. Oh, all right. So I'll prepare all of these things. I don't have I don't have research as the lead proponent. Okay, so nagsulat kami ng research and she made me ask the research proponent. So nakompleto yung documents. So kapag may basbas ka, you go for it. All support. And even how to, all of talaga I cannot forget my motherly figure, chief in the field technical assistance division, and she actually taught me about building credibility and of course integrity, especially in the government. That you will be, syempre, there are lots of you might encounter things in the government in the future that it's your values that will determine who you are. And once that's the only thing that we can say, that I can really naka-chin up talaga ako, that I know that that I am a person that serves the government based on the things na dapat kong gawin as a government employee. Anyway, so of course, to end my discussion, I will share this to Sir Mercurio. You can have this as your output project. All you have to do is to identify the psychosocial risks identified in your respective organization. The spelling of my causes, my God. Pakibago na lang ng causes na spelling. And then what are the causes? Bakit kaya may mga ganong faction sa office? Bakit kaya may mga faction, may mga team A, team B, team C? Then what are the issues behind it? Actions to be taken to address the psychosocial risks identified, and of course, the remarks. And this can be used as your psychosocial risk management document that will help you in the future to resolve your problems, to address stress in your workplace. So with that, thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you learned something new. And I hope that I have discussed comprehensively the topic that which was given to me or was tasked to me by your subject. So thank you so much, and I am open to an open forum or a question and answer. If you feel free to ask me if there are some.
All
Okay, if you
right.
have
So
questions.
yes, okay. So thank you so much for Dr. Alba, and because that is something that really don't need to set aside, ano, kasi we are talking about the mental health. Okay. So again, thank you so much to Dr. Alba for your mindful sharing in regards to that considered flimsy and or vulnerable issue as to widening our mental health awareness. So, of course, we will be having an open forum. So sabi nga ni Sir, nagpauna na siya kanina. So if you have queries, questions, or whatever running in your heads, okay, na connected, okay, dun sa diniscuss ni Dr. Alba. So you may raise your hand, okay, or open your microphone, and then you may also write, okay, your queries and the chat box. Okay, so everyone is free to ask.
Huwag po kayong mahiyang magtanong. You just raise your question na lang.
Yun, good afternoon po. So, may question po ako regarding po dun sa health po na nararamdaman ko po ngayon. Nagkaroon po kasi ako before ng anxiety po nung nakaramdam po ako ng anxiety. Paano ko po malalaman or paano ko po may iwasan anxiety na dinadala ko para hindi ko po maramdaman ulit yung nararamdaman ko po before?
Yeah, first and foremost, what triggers you para magkaroon ka ng anxiety? Anong nangyayari? Ano muna yung incident or ano yung nangyari prior mo ma-encounter yung anxiety?
So, nagkaroon po ako ng sakit po, sir.
What kind of sakit?
So, UTI po, acidic. Marami po.
Hello? So nagkaroon ka ng sakit, and then ang naging anxiety mo doon ay paano mo nasabing anxiety? What happened to you?
Gawa ng puro negative po yung naiisip ko po, sir. Pumapasok po sa isipan ko
Okay.
na kung ano-ano na lang pong naiisip ko po.
Okay, sige. Thank you for the question. To divert your attention, para ma-divert yung attention mo at hindi ka mag-focus dun sa negative thoughts na naiisip mo, we are actually doing yung tinatawag naming non-pharmacological intervention. That's very basic. That's grounding technique, no? That's grounding technique na kung saan all you have to do is to try to divert your attention to something new. By how? Pwede ka mag-grounding. Mag-isip ka ng 5 bagay na nakikita mo. Bawa nakikita ko ang ilaw, nakikita ko ang painting dito sa kwarto, nakikita ko ang cortina, nakikita ko ang puno, nakikita ko ang electric fan, nakikita ko ang bote, nakikita ko. So you try to think of those things, and then the things that you can hear, Ano ba yung mga naririnig ko ngayon? Naririnig ko ang huni ng ibon sa labas, naririnig ko ang hangin sa electric fan. So those things, and of course, the thing that you can touch, ano ba yung mga nahawakan mo? And the thing that you can smell and the taste. That's actually grounding wherein ini-utilize mo yung iyong awareness or consciousness at ma-divert yung iyong attention to something new. That's the only thing that you can do. And of course, kapag it persists talaga na talagang hindi mo na siya maiwasan, you have to consult a psychiatrist kasi you need to to take a medicine in case na hindi mo na talaga makayanan. Kasi ang nakikita ko sa iyo na anxiety na develop sa because ng pagkakasakit mo, nagkaroon ka ng trauma and because of that, naiisip mo na kapag ginawa mo to, pag kinain mo to, etc., etc., baka magkaroon ka ulit ng sakit na ganyan. So yun yung I think na na-develop sa'yo and yun lang yung pwede mong gawin as of the moment. You really have to divert your attention. Mag-solo ka ba sa house?
Hindi po, sir. May kasama po.
Aware naman yung family mo about your situation.
Yes po, sir.
Okay, so that's the basic thing that you can do. You can also do journaling. Isulat mo yung lahat ng thoughts mo. You write it on a piece of paper. If you have your notebook with you, you just write kung ano yung thoughts mo. And it can help you. It can help you. And of course, and pwede ka ding gumawa ng in terms of diversion, pwede kang gawin mo yung mga bagay. Ano ba yung hilig mong gawin in the first place? Yun yung doon ka mag-focus for the meantime.
Okay po, sir.
Okay
Thank
ba
you.
yun, Miss Olpindo?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, sige, thank you. Okay, so meron po ba magko-consulta dito? I-refer ko yung psychiatrist natin. All right. So thank you for those questions. Ano, baka may mga questions pa related to it. Feel free to ask kung something personal yung question ninyo and you do not want to air it via Zoom. You can send me message sa aking personal Facebook account. I have my Facebook account, Michael Gurard R. Alba. Naandun lang naman ako. You can send me message and I attend to some queries about mental health. May estudyante ba yung kausap ko kanina, no?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, sige. So meron kaya tayong any other questions? Ito, may question si Miss Lubardo. My question po is how can we help a person suffering from anxiety? The first thing po na dapat natin gawin is to educate the family. Kasi there are behavioral manifestations po na ipinapakita ang isang tao na may anxiety. Ngayon, para maunawaan ng mga kasama niya sa community or sa kanilang bahay, kailangan ma-educate muna yung mga tao sa kasama sa bahay. And then once that you already know the symptoms, you already know the manifestations ng anxiety, alam ninyo kung paano i-hold yung tao and how are you going to deal with this person suffering from anxiety. So that's the first question, the first thing that you need to do. You have really to educate yourself and to know the things about anxiety para matulungan. And of course, you have to send them to medical practitioner for medications. So that's the very thing. Tsaka yung mag-grounding technique yan, mag-journaling. Kaya lang mostly, mahirap mag-facilitate kapag members of the family yung gumagawa. Kaya better that it should also be coordinated with a psychiatrist para alam niyo yung proper interventions na gagawin. Mahirap yan kapag talagang family member yung nagfa-facilitate ng treatment sa bahay. Okay. Thank you po. Ay talaga ipinost niyo yung Facebook ko doon sa Sige. Follow niyo ako sa TikTok din. All right. So
sorry po, Doc. Let's do questions po. There is. So, pwede pa rin po magtanong kay Dr. Alba.
Ando ang tanong, nahihirapan. Ako po ay nahihirapan makatulog every night. So, if that will be ang una kasing tanong dyan, preoccupied ka ba? May naiisip ka bang bagay-bagay kaya hindi ka makatulog? May mga problema ka bang pinagdaraanan? Kasi if you have, definitely, when there is preoccupation, hindi ka makakatulog talaga because hindi ka relax. Kasi iniisip mo at the back of your mind the issues and problems. Ang ginagawa dapat dyan para makatulog ka is to air what is really in your mind. Pwede mo kang tumawag sa iyong friend, sabihin mo kung anong nararamdaman mo. Secondly, you can write in a journal kung ano ang iyong naiisip at pinoproblema. And then, syempre, you have to consult psychiatrist. Baka naman suffering ka na from insomnia. So may mga ganun tayo na diagnosis ng mga psychiatrist na dapat makonsult din. Kasi kailangan malaman kung bakit ka nahihirapan makatulog sa gabi. Baka naman uminom ka ng kape, there is also an effect, no? O kaya kumain ka ng mga sweets, uminom ka ng mga energy drink, definitely hindi ka talaga makakatulog. But of course, the reason why you can't sleep, may bumabagabag sa'yo. And you have to admit that and to recognize kung ano yung bumabagabag sa'yo. May question po, sir. How can we overcome phobia po ba and panic? Yung phobia kasi, meron yung treatment na ginagawa ang mga psychologists and psychiatrists, no? Meron yung program na ginagawa. It can also be done ng mga hypnosis, may mga ganong therapy na patutulugin ka, papipikitin ka, tapos sasabihin sa'yo, go back to your life when you were ganito, ganyan, ganito, ganyan. And imagine that your 4-year-old self is doing this and this. Ganyan yung proseso niyan. Mahabang proseso yan, no? Hindi lang yan na isang upuan. And then eventually, pag binalikan mo yung past mo, hindi ka aware, masal umiiyak ka na, oo nga, kinakausap mo yung past mo na it's okay that you've been bitten by your stepfather when you were 5 years old, etc., etc. And pinapatawad mo na yung sarili mo and let's go back to the reality. So that's part of the hypnosis na process para makabalik ka doon sa reality at mapatawa. Kasi those are actually pent-up emotions. Kaya may mga ganyan. Lagi kasi ako in denial. Ayun, lagi kasi tayong in denial, sabi ni Miss Ma'am Villalobos. Yes. Kailangan i-acknowledge natin kung bakit natin nararamdaman yon. Good afternoon po. Paano po ba ang tamang approach sa leader na sobrang emotional? Medyo naapektuhan na din po kasi kami sa school. In the professional way, hindi naman kabastusan yon that you go to the office directly and you ask the principal permission if you can have a short meeting with the principal and then you air what you really feel in the way na professional pa din siya. Kasi minsan ang mga school heads, ako kasi personally, ako every Friday, nagkakaroon ako ng self-reflection. I always ask my colleagues, what happened to me? Kasi minsan hindi ka aware kung ano yung ginagawa mo and marirealize mo na lang because somebody will tell you na may ginagawa na ganun ka na pala. So may nagre-remind sa every meeting namin, meron kaming ganun. Yung what went well, what went wrong during the week. And then napapag-usapan namin, sir, masyado kang power tripping ka nung nakaraan. Ha? Bakit mo naman sabing power tripping? Yung bigla mo na lang pinapagawa yung mga bagay na hindi naman dapat pa munang gawin, mga ganito, ganyan. Marirealize kayo na, okay, sige, pag-usapan natin. So better that there will be somebody that you also do self-reflection or introspection. Okay, so may mga tanong pa ba? Ito try down ni Miss Porquerinho. Sige. Pwede nyo kausapin yung principal. Mabait naman ang principals na kayo lang ang nag-uusap para hindi naman ma-offend. O kaya part ng program ninyo yon yung magkaroon kayo ng para hindi halata ng principal yung kakusapin. Yung parang sort of kumustahan in a program na invited doon. Ano ba yung mga hindi nagustuhan? Ano ba yung mga went long? Something like that. So pwede pag-usapan yan collaboratively. Okay.
Alright po. I think there's no questions at all na po. Alright. But if you have further questions po regarding din sa mga pinagdadaanan ninyo sa buhay, okay, so I think Dr. Alba is very approachable enough, So siguro po pwede po rin isa pa kasi I'm one of the viewers ni Doc Alba kapag nagla-live siya talking about this topic. So nakakatuwa kahit ating gabi minsan nadadaan ako, nakikinig po ako. So
Yeah, thank you for
you may get
watching.
the so pwede niyo pong marami pong mga live si Dr. Alba. So I think that would help us din po. Kasi sa akin nakaka-relieve din po eh. Okay. So again po, thank you so much po Dr. Alba for this very fruitful afternoon, kasi talagang sobrang pati kami po sa although we are teachers and dealing different problems including the students. Sorry po sa mga students. Although students are also suffering. Okay? Mga problema nila, mga stress siguro sa school, sa nilang pag-module. Okay? Somewhat siguro sa teachers din nila So at least we are now relieved. And we gain a lot, okay, from this topic, okay, given by Dr. Michael Gurard Alba. All right. So now to shed as a sort of enlightenment over this first topic, so may we call on Miss Rochelle Odiensaya for her key takeaways.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of second year PhD EDM class headed by our brilliant professor, Dr. Abuel, and the ever willing to learn participants today, I would like to thank Dr. Michael Gerard Alba for gracing us his precious time to shed us light about psychosocial risks in schools post-pandemic. Again, thank you so much, sir, for such an interesting and relevant topic. Now, I am assigned to share with you my key takeaways after listening to our discussant, and here are some of it. First, it's okay not to be okay. Stress is inevitable. Everybody can experience stress as part of our everyday lives. Thus, it is just a matter of proper management and handling stress to promote mental well-being, be it in the workplace or our own mental well-being. Our mental health is just as important as our physical health. So we must normalize talking issues about mental health, thus encouraging us to strengthen mental health awareness. Second, the concept of mind over matter is a powerful tool to surmount mental health issues, where one is able to unleash the infinite power of the mind to overcome physical and mental limitations, which normally hinder us from reaching our full potential. You have to make your mind run the body. Third, in relation to managing psychosocial risks, an organization must be in charge for the well-being of their employees, especially when changes occur. Moreover, I realized that when things don't go on your way, don't stress yourself out of it. Just be it. Probably it's not yet your time and God has better plan for you in the future. For the meantime, let's appreciate the life that we have now. And in a nutshell, let me share this Bible verse from the book of Psalm, chapter 118, verse 14. The battle is not yours, it's the Lord's. Whenever you feel like giving up or giving in, and you feel weak and overwhelmed, remember that your strength comes from the Lord. So don't you dare give up. God has amazing things in store for you. Thank you so much.
So, all right. So for the meantime, let us first witness the awarding of Certificate of Recognition to our first discussant. And let me read first to you the citation. Southern Luzon State University Graduate School College of Teacher Education Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Dr. Michael Gerard R. Alba for his invaluable insights and expertise shared as an esteemed speaker for the webinar on contemporary issues in education, changing the landscape in managing psychosocial risks in schools post-pandemic via Zoom conference. So given this 15th day of January 2022 at Southern Luzon State University, Lukban, Quezon. Signed, Mr. Julio Ramilio A. Mercurio, Acting Coordinator, PhD Educational Management 2 student. Signed, Dr. Arsenia A. Abuel, Instructor, Educational Management 619. And signed, Dr. Luis Miguel P. Zaludes, Program Chairperson, Graduate School.
Thank you so much. Permission to leave.
Okay, Doc, thank you so much for it, Dr. Alba. All right, so let's now move on to the second part of this program. So we believe that teachers and parents are struggling to make their students and children be involved in a different community from their original community. So for the reason that these students have different cultures, languages, and values from their teachers who are doing their best to meet the needs of all international students as stated by Sharkey and Richard 2009. Whereas the schools across the country today are looking for ways to welcome and assist immigrant families because they become a big part of their communities. So how this affect on each of the students, the teachers, and the parents? Let us all be rational, finding what's really in by paving the next topic about bridging migration and education, sharing stories as an overseas scholar. And to introduce us, our second resource speaker for this topic, may we call on Mr. John Arlie P. Agawin.
Thank you so much, Doc Earl. Kaya good afternoon, friends, colleagues, and dear participants. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker today, who is going to talk to us about bridging migration and education. Our next speaker is the head of the Department of Languages, Literature, and Humanities, and former college research coordinator at the College of Arts and Sciences, Southern Luzon State University. As an associate professor one, he teaches communication, applied linguistics, and general education courses on language and literature. He's a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, cum laude at the same university, Master of Arts in English Studies, major in language at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He also holds a PhD in social linguistics and discourse analysis, language, discourse, and communication, jointly offered by the University of Hong Kong and King's College in London, United Kingdom. He's a multi-awarded scholar and academic, having received local, national, and international recognitions, which include but is not limited to the following: Outstanding Faculty for 2016 in SLSU, finalist for the Y Youth Blogging Competition, Asian Development Bank of India 2013, Exemplary Behavior Award for Teaching Personnel, SLSU 2015, Best Research Presenter, University of Hong Kong 2017. He was also awarded the Emerging Scholarship Grant in Linguistic Landscapes in the University of Bern in Bern, Switzerland 2018. Currently, he acts as one of the International Advisory Board for the Foreign Studies Migration Linguistics Unit at Tokyo University in Japan. Aside from doing research in his field, he also writes for newspapers in the Philippines, such as the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and lectures on research, writing, and scholastic journalism. His research interests include language communication in society, critical discourse analysis, transnational migration, and critical pedagogy, among many others. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome our next highly esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Nicanor Legarte Guinto. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello po, good afternoon, Sir Agawin. Thank you so much for that very generous introduction. Am I clear enough for everyone?
Yes po,
Okay
Doctor.
po. So let me just share my PowerPoint. Okay, so definitely po, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Abuel and Sir Mercurio for this very kind invitation. It's truly an honor to be speaking to you now with our very own graduate school, and to be talking about a personal experience. It's a topic that was given to me, bridging migration and education, sharing stories as an overseas scholar. When I first received the assigned topic to me, I thought, how am I gonna talk about this? Am I gonna talk about this in a very personal way, should I pull in other information from other people? But thinking about the subtitle, sharing stories as an overseas scholar, I thought it's the personal side that I think would be great. This would be the first time that I'll be talking about very personal matters. I've in many of the talks that I've been asked to do, mostly related po dun sa research interests ko. And as I have said, this is it's an honor, and I hope you will learn from the experience. There are some reflections that I've included here and there, and definitely I would like to apologize in advance if in case the things that I'm going to talk about later would become would sound very, very personal. Okay, so I would like to thank once again the people behind this seminar, Dr. Abuel and Sir Mercurio. I've also seen some colleagues who are here. Nahihiya po ako. Nandito po kayong lahat. Si Dr. Villa, si Dean Manzanilla, si Dean Lee, Dr. Saludes, Dr. Abuel, Dr. Zubieta, Dr. Dimaranan, Professor Sales, Professor Salayo, Dr. Agudilla, Professor Ro, Professor Petalino, Professor Nada. Seeing you here makes me feel even more nervous. And yes, it never gets. I don't feel like I've overcome the nervousness every time I have to give a talk, regardless of who the audience is. So yan, sit back and relax. I hope I won't make you fall asleep. This is not a very good time, I guess. Baka kayo po ay mga gutom na rin at saka inaantok. So if in case you need, you need to drink coffee or to have something to eat, please feel free to do so while you're listening to this talk. So this talk would chronicle, or this talk chronicles much of most of how I navigated the experience of being a migrant student. Okay, migrant being someone who has traveled from one place to another, in this case from one geographical region to another, and also navigating the educational landscapes of these different places, particularly that of Hong Kong and the United Kingdom. I never expected anything much before I started my my PhD journey. I would say that I have always been in my comfort zone. I never thought that I would really try to get out of this comfort zone. Being in the Philippines, being with my family, and going, to and from places, but still within the Philippines, and without having to leave my family behind for a long time. So it became sort of a challenge. I never expected that I would do it at some point in time before I received the offer for the PhD. There was a time that I had to think through it kasi lalabas ako dun sa comfort zone ko, and I thought, kaya ko ba? There's always that lingering thought. Baka hindi ko kayanin, baka mag-give up ako. And thankfully, regardless of, well, in spite of everything that happened along the way, here I am in front of you to talk about these experiences. So this is how I organize this talk. As I have said, this is going to be a little bit personal. So I will first talk about the events that led to the PhD application, and then the actual application for a PhD place, and then my move to Hong Kong when I started the PhD in Hong Kong, and when I moved to London. And out of these experiences, I would like to reflect on what seemed to take to be the best here in terms of like rankings in universities, out of reflections of certain practices na ginagawa ng mga tao sa universities na ito. And I would close by providing some perspectives on how you can finish your degree, and like what's next after finishing. Some of you may be asking these questions yourselves as well, lalo na sa ating mga students in the MA and PhD. Some of the things like the part of application, I guess this would be helpful for those who would be interested, lalo na yung mga nasa MA program natin, who would probably be interested in pursuing their PhD abroad, or probably those who are doing their doctorate in our university, who would wish to pursue, let's say, postgraduate opportunities, postdoctorate opportunities abroad. And yeah, with those points, I hope that I could contribute something to all of you. So, ayan, events leading to my PhD application. So I thankfully finished my master's in 2015, and back then I thought, siguro kailangan ko muna magpahinga kasi it was really one, sorry to say this, one hell of a ride. Those 4 years of doing my master's, sort of medyo part-time na full-time, kasi I had to travel to and from Manila. I had to teach at SLSU at the same time. So I thought 2015, okay, medyo relax muna ako siguro in the next 2 years, until I attended a conference called the 2015 Pre-Linguistics Conference. It's an international conference organized by the Linguistic Society of the Philippines. And it was there that I met Dr. Lisa Lim, the then chair of graduate studies at the HKU School of English. So ito siya. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor. Ito siya, si Dr. Lim. And it's in that conference where she announced, that was, I think, around, if I'm not mistaken, August. Yeah. That's when she announced that HKU was already open for, like they're opening places for postgraduate studies for MPhil and PhD, Master of Philosophy and Doctor of Philosophy. And that's also there where she said that there are scholarship opportunities that are provided. And so parang nag-aaral ka, and at the same time you're being paid to study. So that's how she solved the idea of doing the PhD at the University of Hong Kong. I never thought of submitting back then sabi ko maganda yung opportunity, pero I just wanted to get some rest muna. And then there was a time na itong same picture na ito, I've uploaded this on Facebook. And by the way, I've written about this in a magazine back in Hong Kong. Okay. And yeah, where was I? Yeah. So I've uploaded this on Facebook, itong particular photo na ito. And then around November, nag-comment si Dr. Lisa Lim, and like she was saying thank you for the photo. And so that's when I thought, okay, siguro it's a sign that I have to try. The deadline of application for HKU, and this is for everyone, for all universities in Hong Kong, there are seven public universities in Hong Kong. Application starts in September and usually in December. So November, around last week of November, nag-comment siya. So I thought this might be an opportunity that pwede namang i-try. Hindi ko naman sasabihin sa iba kasi baka mamaya hindi ako ma-accept. And I don't, parang sabi ko nun, okay lang siguro i-try para walang regret. So I tried, I submitted, and they sent me an email and they told me that I am qualified for an interview. It was when I was already at HKU, when I found out that when you were parang told to be part of an interview, parang na shortlist ka na. You've already been parang pre-selected, na parang isa ka sa mga candidates na kino-consider nila. So I never thought that was the case back then. Pero sure, I attended, I joined the meeting. I remember nung time na yon, we don't have a very good internet connection pa sa school. And I think it was Dean Lee, who was then the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, who told me na dun ako sa Dean's office kasi mas mabilis yung internet connection dun. So, ayun. And when I saw Dr. Lim, she said, aren't you the one who attended the pre-linguistics conference? And I said, yes, I just tried. And then eventually, so we had the interview. Medyo mabagal pa rin yung internet, pero thankfully it went well. They asked for, they asked certain things because I had to send a proposal. Okay, when you apply for a postgraduate degree abroad, you have to send a proposal, a research proposal, and that's something that they would be the topic, mostly the topic of the conversation. It was, I think one of the good things that they saw in the proposal is that they saw it as something that is a continuation of what I have already done while I was doing my master's. And it was something that's very much related to the supervisor that I nominated. So yun, I found out when you are to apply for postgraduate studies, kailangan may fit dun sa supervisor na dinominate mo. And at the same time, it also fits the parang the disciplinary orientation nung department na papasukan mo. And luckily, ayun, parang January, so that was December, and in January, email ako ni Dr. Lim, and she said, the committee is very pleased with the outcome of the interview. And so she said, we are willing to offer you a place, but in your application, you said you're applying for the joint program with King's College London. And so we have to consider what King's College London has to say first about your application before we give you the official offer. So ayun, I just tried and then I submitted an application to KCL. I also had to take the IELTS. Sa Hong Kong kasi, since we are considered as proficient in English, I was not asked to submit an English test, which is good. Pero sa Kings, may mga countries kasi that they listed na was to present an IELTS test. So I also had to take the IELTS. And then finally, so everything went well. Fortunately, I got accepted in with Kings. And I received the conditional offer around May. It was conditional kasi I still have to present I think yung diploma ko and yung transcript of records from UP. And unfortunately, if you can remember, nasunog yung faculty center where nandun yung graduate studies office. Nasunog yung faculty center back in April 2016 or 15, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And nandun yung diploma ko. So yun yung naging isa sa mga pinaka-problem. And then, naman, I thought, siguro this is the world, this is destiny telling me not to go kasi it's a conditional offer. It's not an unconditional offer. Until the graduate school of HKU contacted me and reiterated na you have to consider this, reconsider, kasi ito yung actual part of the email. The program is elite daw, and they admit only a very small number of high caliber students each year. Siguro ito yung nag-push sa akin na maybe they saw something in me, and I don't want them to parang think na Filipinos would just apply and then magba-back out. I don't want them to think na yung next time na mag-a-apply na Filipino would do the same thing. Sige, push na rin natin, sabi ko. Until ayun, I got the document. It's not really the diploma, but it's like a certificate na nasunog nga yung diploma. And they accepted it. And I was one of the things that surprised me was the conditional offer said you are invited to read for a PhD degree by research. I didn't know anything about that. All I know is that, okay, when we do PhD, there's a number of, in our setting, there's a number of units, number of classes that we have to take, and then you have to take the comprehensive examination, saka ka lang makakapagsulat ng thesis, and then i-defend mo yung thesis na yon. You'll have the title, the proposal, and eventually the final thesis defense. So that was my entire idea. I didn't know anything about a PhD degree by research. I think in the Philippines, this is something that's only heard. There's one UP Manila, I think, for their doctor of PhD in medicine program or public health. Sila yung may PhD degree by research back then. Pero ngayon marami na because of a CMO. So yun, I was parang I didn't know what do they mean by read for a PhD. And later on, in the next few slides, I'll mention a few things about my realizations. Okay, so ayun, I got in, I eventually went. One thing pala that I had to consider very, I really have to consider was funding. Kasi they said, okay, we're willing to offer you this certain amount. And I tried to ask them many times, would this enough? Yung amount na yon. Back then it was 17,000 Hong Kong dollars, and I also have to pay for my tuition from that amount, and yung board and lodging. And we know that in Hong Kong, sobrang mahal ng accommodation. So isa yun sa mga kinonsider ko. But the graduate school of HKU, parang they told me you don't have to think about it kasi yung yung amount na ibinibigay is a very much livable. It's like the anong tawag natin? It's sort of like the minimum wage na binibigay sa Hong Kong, so around 17,000 Hong Kong dollars, meaning that you can live with that amount. And indeed, yun, I managed to get through. Pero my main problem then was, paano sa London kung kailangan ko nang mag-travel to London? How can I survive with that amount? And definitely it's not going to be enough. And so the graduate school still, they pressed on and said, may mga additional funding that you can get, so you don't have to worry about that. And thankfully as well, yung kasi yung high time, yung time na walang year and second year students ang college, and the Commission on Higher Education is offering scholarship for scholarship, and at the same time like additional funding for those who are pursuing their graduate studies abroad, yung faculty members. So I tried to apply for that as well, and yeah, thankfully I also got it with the help of my colleagues in SLSU. So ayun, so all things went well, and then I had to fly to Hong Kong and start the PhD there. The first thing that my supervisor and I did was to have a little chat in a cafe with it on campus sa HKU. And the first thing that my supervisor told me for the first time was, don't call me sir. Kasi daw it sounds like we are in a military camp. And so I told him, so how should I address you? And he said, just call me Adam. Call me by my first name. And I said, it's I come from the Philippines, and for me to consider, if I would call my teacher, my supervisor, by his or her first name, I will be judged as disrespectful. And he said, but you're not in the Philippines. And he also said, and this is one of the most powerful things that he told me, it's not really about the titles. When you do your graduate studies, we're here to, like, we consider you as equal. Equal daw kami. We're not. It's not like I'm under him. We're equal. So that's like the shorthand message of him to tell me that I can talk to him about anything, struggles in my PhD. I can discuss with him any of my reservations, and I can pitch certain topics to him. So yeah, that's one of the first struggles, I guess, to call my supervisor just Adam by his first name. So coming from the Philippines, it's quite hard. I had to, like, siguro it took me a month or so to get used to it, but I eventually have gotten used to it. And so after that, I had to get settled sa accommodation with the people around me, and they all seem very good. And every time that they talk, everything that comes out of their mouth seems so nuanced. They seem so well thought out. Yan yung isa sa mga siguro first realizations na okay, I'm in a different place with different people coming from different backgrounds, with different kinds of trainings. Pero syempre, I had to convince myself that I belong there, kasi they wouldn't allow me, they wouldn't accept me if I couldn't if I couldn't if I couldn't catch up with them. Okay. And then I also have to attend classes. Okay. But these classes are not something that I would consider to be very intensive. Sobrang parang very practical yung classes, and usually parang veering towards training you into becoming an independent thinker and an independent learner. They're not as intensive as I was expecting. Kasi when I was doing my master's, it was like, as I have said, it was one hell of a ride. Pero when I got there in Hong Kong, I felt like, ano ba naman itong mga classes na to, parang napakadali naman. Parang yung ultimong kailangan mong yung classes namin had to do with presenting or like doing the SWOT analysis, yung mga very critical things that I didn't expect. I was probably hoping or expecting something very theoretical, yung talagang you would be critically challenged by the classes, but I felt like it wasn't the case. But it was for a reason, and I will discuss that later on. So other stuff that I had to do was to perform duties of a research postgrad student. And part of the duty was to teach. Okay, I had to be a teaching assistant with a professor, and I also had to show visiting scholars around. I had to write and edit the HKU School of English Alumni magazine, and I had to with my colleagues. We had to organize and attend reading group meetings. So very intensive dun sa yung so there's teaching, there's networking, and then there's a lot of reading. Lalo na yung mga yung current at saka yung classical. So parang dito ko nakita, lalo na sa reading group meetings, dito ko nakita yung challenge, yung critical challenge. And but not in the classes that I had to take. So the very first thing that I had to ask myself was, what am I, what have I gotten into? Like, what is this program? Research postgraduate. That's what we were called, RPGs. Okay. So I found out that in Hong Kong, it follows the British model of postgraduate education. So there are two kinds of degrees that they offer. One is the taught degree, and the other is the research degree. More often than not, yung graduate programs, yung masters at doctorate degrees are research degree. Although merong mga taught degrees, like there's one from education, I think, in Doctor of Education is one that is taught, pero the majority, yung Doctor of Philosophy, are research degrees. So you would notice here na ito lang yung mga classes. This was actually my transcript. Ito lang yung classes that I had to take. Okay, very intensive on research methodology, ayan, and research ethics. Okay, kasi the whole point of the program is to develop out of us independent researchers. Okay, so the RPG student is more of an apprentice to a mentor who is a supervisor. Okay, kaya ang idea, parang you can select a supervisor, and this is for those who would be interested in pursuing their PhD in places like Hong Kong. You would want to select a supervisor who is of associate professor level and up, kasi sila yung may access sa funding. What do I mean by this? Yung funding, access nila sa funding would be necessary para ma-finance yung PhD student nila, yung scholarship na makukuha ng PhD student would be coming from the funding that's allocated to that particular professor. So at least associate professor level and definitely yung full professor ang kukunin nyo na supervisor. Although there are instances na assistant professors ay allowed, pero kailangan yung kanilang yung kanilang rank is research assistant professor. And not dalawa kasi yung sa kanila, one is assistant professor by research and assistant professor of practice. So yung assistant professor of research yung kukunin. Pero kailangan mo na makakuha ng co-supervisor who is of associate or full professor level. Kasi, again, that's where the funding, sila yung may allocated funding. Okay, so yun yung isa sa mga little tips. So, another key thing that I realized is that you're the one who's deciding on your area of specialization. Di ba, unlike sa atin in the Philippines and in many universities that are following the American standard, may fix na, di ba, yung sa ating programs na lang, di ba? So we have like the PhD in educational management, we have Master of Arts in linguistics or Master of Arts in teaching English. Sa kanila, it's up to you to decide kung ano yung area of specialization na iti-take mo. Okay? So in my case, I wanted to pursue or I wanted to specialize on social linguistics and discourse analysis. And this came from me with the approval of my supervisor. Kasi back then, when they were asking for, so what's your field of study? What field of study would you like to pursue? In the application lang, tiningnan ko kung ano yung areas of specialization ng supervisor ko na nominate ko. And dun ko kinuha yung field of specialization. And so that became sort of like my major. So like Doctor of Philosophy, major in this particular field. So as I've also said, I had to attend classes, very minimal classes, but it's very intensive on research methods. Many of these, I think itong research, this one, research methods, and may isa pa, and research seminar. I took this with my supervisor. Kami lang magkausap. We had to we had to do meetings every week. So definitely sa research methods, output na pinigawa sa akin ng supervisor ko was like a methodology paper on the topic, the research topic that I was about to write as my dissertation. And as a research seminar, siya lang yung seminar sa akin, like a few pointers like analytical framework and all that. So one-to-one talaga, very, diba, apprentice mentor yung perspective. Okay, and term time is dedicated to reading and writing the thesis. Hence, and dito ko na-realize, kaya read for the degree yung nakalagay sa offer letter. So you are invited to read for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the following field of specialization. Kasi you have to read a lot. Like the entire point of you being there is you have to read through the field, like get a feel of the field by reading studies, papers, book chapters, volumes of books that has to do with your field of study. And out of that, you develop your niche. You develop a topic that that's relatively new. Okay? Kaya pala ganun yung tawag, to read for the degree. So yun, dito lang siya na-realize. And then, so I also had to be familiar with the amenities and funding sources, which is a lot. Itong mga universities na to, they get a lot of funding from philanthropists. hindi lang sa government. They are public universities in their respective countries, but they get funding from additional funding from philanthropists and their alumni. Kaya I'm hoping when you finish your degree, we're hoping that you could give back to SLSU. Ayan, so that's why they also get, that high status they are in now, kasi they have a lot of money to dispense. So research postgraduates have their own office spaces. There's a learning commons that's open 24 hours a day. Maraming ang natutulog doon. Minsan makikita mo ang daming yung mga energy drink nakapalibot na lang doon. Meron silang sleeping bag. Nandun sila sa learning commons the whole day, the whole night. Kasi doon sila nagsusulat ng paper nila. So, and apart from that, as I've said, yung office space, kasi since you are, di ba, you're developing your thesis, you're writing your dissertation, you have to have a space that you call your own, and a space for you to think, okay, like an office space. Although in our case, yung office space namin is a shared office, but we have a very large table. And yun yung parang space namin. In other universities, they have like may individual space for each of them. Ayun. Pero I heard from someone na very lucky yung mga nasa sort of prestigious Asian universities, kasi sila yung mas may access dun sa malaking area, malaking office space. And the US then, I think, I heard from one colleague who went to the US to do a part of her thesis. Ang laki ng office space nila. Whereas in Oxford University, wala daw silang space. Okay, so may mga hindi rin pala, in very prestigious universities like Oxford. So we were kind of thankful na rin that we were in a university that offered a space for us. There are funding for conferences and research trips. There's a lot of funding available. Like the pilot scheme for internationalization of graduate students, this fund, which is a maximum of 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, allowed me to travel and attend a winter school sa Copenhagen. It also got me, and very strong sila dun sa idea na we have to push our graduate students to participate in international activities like winter schools, conferences, and to travel. Kaya my conference and travel fund for RPGs, kasi that to them, that's part of their internationalization project or program. And that's part of the training. Like you don't have to report you don't really have to report where you went. As long as naubos mo yung fund, that's okay. Hindi na nga kailangan ng parang narrative. Yung sa application lang siguro. Sa application lang kailangan na, okay, I'm going to this conference, I need this amount of money, and then they will automatically they will give you that money kung may available. And kung hindi mo pa nako-consume yung fund for you. Okay? So, ayun, my conference and travel fund and my departmental discretionary funds din. Kasi nga, as I have said, maraming philanthropists. So, aside from those coming from the government, may nakukuha pa rin funding from donors. And so, talagang strong yung international perspective. Yung notion of internationalization in these universities. Now, in 2018, so after around 1 year, and I had to move to London as part of the program. Initially, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, initially I didn't know na I had to travel to London and stay there, and also do to be there for half of the period of my study period. Ang idea ko back when I was applying was my supervisor ako, who's coming from a university back in London, and I don't have to travel there. Only to find out when I got in, they asked me, so when are you moving to London? You have to schedule, you have to uh, have like a study plan. And so, yun, it dawned on me na, okay, hindi pa ito, before pa ito pala, before pa ako pumunta sa Hong Kong, I had to develop a study plan. And so, ayun, I went there back in 2018, and I felt like, as a migrant, I felt like I started all over again. Yung feeling na you've established connection in Hong Kong. I have good friends. There's, that there's a lot of Filipinos back in Hong Kong. The reason why my research is also about transnational migrant Filipinos in Hong Kong. There's a lot of Filipinos in Hong Kong, and I felt that it wasn't that hard for me to adjust kasi everywhere I can hear and feel Filipino. Kahit, well, lumabas na ako ng university, here and there you will see fellow Filipinos speaking Filipino, speaking Tagalog. You won't get lost in Hong Kong kasi anywhere you go, you can ask directions from a Filipino. And my mom was also there. She's worked in Hong Kong for more than 20 years. A part of the reason then why I had the courage to go. But in London, when I went there, it was a totally different experience. I've never been outside of Asia for an extended period of time before then. So I felt like I had to start all over again. I had to make connections again. I had to make friends. And one of the things about making friends in a country, in another country, is that you'll eventually have to leave, and so you couldn't. That this sort of friendship, yung connections that you build, might not be long term. And so mahirap na parang you establish that sense of connection with a lot of people. Kasi at the end of the day, parang you're the one who's gonna feel empty when you had to leave. You're the one who's gonna cry because you're leaving, mga ganyan. And to be honest, that's the thing that I felt. I had to start all over again. And I also had to tune in to their English. I thought, kasi I've been teaching English for a long while, I thought na it's gonna be easy. Diba? We have access to resources in English, but when you're there, and then it's okay when you're a tourist. Kasi more often than not, pag tourist ka, pupuntahan mo naman yung places na most likely yung what they call standard English yung iniimik nila. But when you have to stay in a place like London for an extended period of time, you will feel that there's someone from every corner of the world there speaking a different variety of English, which is great. But of course, you have to communicate with them. At first, if you don't understand what they were saying, you would constantly ask them to mention what they mentioned, and it can be annoying for them. They might feel annoyed. And then later on, I realized, okay, I just have to get the hang of it. Around a month, eventually, mas naintindihan ko na yung sinasabi nila, regardless of their accent. And I also had to confront with certain stereotypes, certain social roles that are stereotypically Filipino in London. I've always been asked, are you a good singer? Do you have a nurse in the family? Are you a nurse? Or whether I know the nanny that they had, as if the Philippines is a very small country. So I had to confront with these kinds of stereotypes. And the good things naman, that I received was when I was dining in a restaurant. There was an old man who approached me, and he asked, "Are you Filipino?" And I said, "Yes, I am. How do you know?" "Well, I can tell," sabi niya ganun. "I can tell because I had such wonderful Filipino nurse." Sabi niya ganun. So I felt it was heartwarming to hear stories like this from that Filipinos are being valued that way in a place like London. I also had to get in touch with Filipino communities because that's part of my thesis. Part of what my thesis is on migration. I had to talk to them. I had to interview a few of them, and they were very accommodating. Siguro, that's one factor why I never felt like I was alone. Kasi they were always there. Sila pa nga yung laging nagpo-push na, "Oy, sama ka sa amin. May outing kami dito this weekend." Uh, Sila yung laging nagsasabi na, don't just hide in your cave, in your office. Mag-enjoy ka naman. So, yun, without them, I guess I wouldn't have survived that experience. But definitely, it's a learning experience, and it's an experience that I guess I wouldn't regret having. All right. Other things that I had to get used to was yung after event drinks. Many of my friends who are here, my colleagues, know that I'm not that much of a social drinker. So I had to get used to that. There was one time, although not this was not in London, this was in Copenhagen, where my group of participants in one conference I attended, we went to a pub that night, and when they asked me, "So what's your order?" I said, I want a hot chocolate kasi ang lamig. And then you can imagine the kind of face they showed me. Na parang, "What? Are you sure you're ordering hot chocolate? This is a pub," something like that. But there was hot chocolate in the menu. So yun, lahat sila, they ordered the drink. But I was the only one drinking hot chocolate that night kasi malamig. Okay. Another thing is, one of the most embarrassing moments, but still another experience, a learning experience, was when I've mistaken a block of cheese for cake. Ito, yung nasa picture na to. I'm not very proud of what happened, but I eventually it became sort of like something that I could laugh at myself after that. Na kasi when I look into it, nung kinukuha ko yung block of cheese na yan, I really thought it was cake. Parang yung chiffon cake. Pero nung tinuso ko na siya, it was cheese. And then nakita nila, "Are you sure you're gonna eat that?" Biglang, well, di ko na matanggal, natusok na. They were all surprised na I'm actually gonna eat this whole block of cheese. And that's when I said, "Oh, I thought it's cake." Eh, hindi ko na pwedeng ibalik kasi kumbaga na ano. So it's one of the most embarrassing moments, but it's in these embarrassing moments when you learn a few things about yourself. We don't have that much concept of this kind of cheese here, except if you live in a household that has one, and a portion of their culture as well. They're very obsessed with cheese. Okay, so we also had to organize cross London events, and we had to link with RPGs, research postgraduates across the University of London constituent units. This was one of the challenging things rin for me, kasi I'm not that kind of person who would initiate a conversation. I'm always the one who is always on the receiving end of conversations. So it was a challenge because I was one of those who were tasked to coordinate certain activities with other students and faculty then across the University of London. So it was, again, it was a learning experience for me. And finally, meeting more rock stars in the field. At first, when I first met my supervisor, you can imagine it was really, sobrang overwhelming. Kasi nababasa ko lang siya. And here I am talking to him. We're sharing drinks. Tapos, in the long run, parang masasanay ka na rin na Kasi, when you reflect, why do I feel this way? Why do I feel like I'm always overwhelmed and starstruck kapag nakikita ko yung mga rock stars in the field, yung mga nasa ko lang, na authors nitong mga papers, research papers, itong mga books na to. Why do I feel overwhelmed? That's because, and I realized that's because back here in the Philippines, we don't often get that experience. It's either they don't travel here more often, or we don't have the opportunity or funding to travel to other places to really meet these people. Kaya para hindi tayo ma-overwhelmed din. Okay. So, yun, all the while, I've been reflecting why do I feel this way? Why is this how I react? And that's because of certain things that we have and certain things that we don't have. Sometimes I hope that we are more connected to the world. There are moments when I had to travel back. I really felt like we are kind of disconnected from the world. Kasi, when you're in Hong Kong and when you're in London, yun kasi yung parang crossroads. Lahat ng scholars would go to London or either in Hong Kong. At madali silang mahila ng mga universities na to give a talk. Kaya familiar yung lahat ng tao, lahat ng academics, lahat ng scholars who are in that particular region dun sa tao na yun. So yun, some things that I realized. Now, out of the experience, and this is, I think, where the contemporary issues in our title would come in. I had to reflect, and this is thankfully na rin from the I'm thankful to our university president kasi she's the one who requested for me to write down what sort of good practices we can adopt from these two universities, and I'm reporting this here now with all of you. Hopefully not to sound daunting, not to disappoint you that we are like we're way far, the whole Philippines, we're way far behind. But I would like us to take this sort of as an inspiration to consider this as the reality that this is where the education system, at least the higher education system, is going. And like whether we like it or not, we have to take stock and try to see where what we can do, and how we can move forward from where we are now. So I just to give you a little perspective, why do I consider these two universities as the best, and why is it in a quotation mark? Being the best here, what I mean here by being the best is based on two measures of universities. Maybe you're familiar, yung QS, yung quarterly something, yung QS ranking, and the Times Higher Education ranking. Okay, so ito yung mga key measures of universities around the world, like for you to be considered, for a university to be considered as good or not so good. Okay, so in the 2021 QS ranking, HKU ranked 22nd, THE for Times Higher Education 2022, HKU ranked 30th. King's College London, which is a constituent university of the University of London, ranked in the QS 35th, okay, and sa Times Higher Education 2022, 35th din. So just to put this into perspective, based sa ranking nitong dalawang ranking institutions na ito, yung what considered as the sort of best university in the country, okay, the University of the Philippines ranks around 600 to 800 in rank. So 600 to 800 compared with these two universities, okay? Nasa top 50. So what seemed to be, like I had to reflect, what are the things that they seem to be doing good? And these are some of the things that I realized, and I hope we could all learn from. Some of you are administrators of, let's say, a university or a college, or soon to be one, or some of you will be affiliated in a university or a college. We never know. Kahit nga sa Department of Education, di ba? Right now, there's a heavy focus on research, if I'm not mistaken. So what are the things that they sort of do to get to that particular rank? Okay. So the first thing that I noticed was there is a commitment to interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. So like just because we are, sa HKU, we're from the School of English, it doesn't mean that we don't talk to the social sciences, that we don't talk to medicine, that we don't talk to other disciplines. They encourage cross collaboration of academics kasi it's parang a win-win situation in the admin kasi you don't have to have a lot of funding. Kung magsasarili yung mga yan, yung bawat faculty sa kanilang research, mas malaking funding yung kakailanganin mo. Whereas kung collaborative project, yung funding resources mo will be maximized. Okay? Aside from the fact that there is an international push towards interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, kaya nga may mga academic units, like for example, the Center for Medicine and the Humanities. Yan, yung mga ganun, yung mga cross-fertilization of certain fields, ito yung isa sa mga ine-encourage. Next, there is a competitive incentive system for research and publications. So if you're a faculty member, if you are continuously doing research, then they give you money, okay, aside from your salary. Okay, if you get published, all right, if you get published to quartile 1 journals, you also get additional, incentive. May pera yan. Or you can also get, para ikaw yung priority for conference funding, ikaw yung priority for promotion. Okay, so if you are a non-tenured faculty member, you, at least in Hong Kong, you have to publish no less than 3 journal articles or book chapters a year. Okay, and preferably in quartile 1 journal, at least 3. Okay, so you're non-tenured, para ma-tenure ka, para maging permanent ka. And you have to do that within 6 years. Kasi after 6 years, saka ka pa lang i-evaluate whether you will be given tenure or not. Okay. Next is external grants are increasingly becoming one of the most important bases for tenure, at least in HKU. So if you could pull in funds from other institutions for your research work, or for your community development work, or any incubation ideas, if you could pull in funds, then it's already a plus point for your promotion. Okay, I think this is valued din naman sa ating promotion system, sa ating evaluation system. I think even I heard from my friends from the DepEd, na parang if you could bring in funds from other sources, like if you could develop partnership with other institutions, then that would be a plus factor for you. Next is faculty members who receive external funding are allowed to hire a research assistant or provide scholarship to a full-time PhD researcher who can support her or him in the research project. So ganun yung system. Like you get a PhD because you not only because you have to have a student if you are, in that particular level of your career, but also because you would want to have someone to help you in your own research work. So ganun yung isa sa mga ideas kung bakit may parang may graduate programs, research postgraduate programs. And these are usually fully funded. Okay, so binabayaran ka nila to do your research, to study. So it's more like, kaya nga ang tawag ng ibang kasamahan ko, it's salary yung nare-receive every month. It's not like a stipend, but they call it a salary. Kasi your role there is important so that yung mechanism, yung research mechanism ng university would continue moving. Next is that faculty and RPGs receive conference and travel funds, as I have mentioned earlier, because the goal is to increase their academic staff's visibility and, by extension, the university's name recall in international academic gatherings. Napakahalaga sa kanila na may name recall kasi that's part of the metric nung ranking, international ranking. If you have sort of like an international reputation, how do you know that a university or a school has international reputation? Definitely number one would be, may nakakaalam ba niyan? Kapag ba binanggit sa isang activity, isang event na like this is a graduate of this university, hindi ba sila magtatanong, oh, saan yun? What university is that? Would they immediately say na, oh yeah, I know, it's that university. Okay, so yun, things like that. It's part of the metric. Next is each academic unit has a regular research seminar or lecture series. Kaya naman ma-overwhelm ka talaga. Mamimili ka na lang kung alin ba yung a-attendan mo at nag-overlap itong mga ito. This is sort of like a mandate for all academic units kasi nga you would want the cutting edge research to be hosted by your academic unit. Kaya yung mga invited scholars, sometimes they would even fly them over. Babayaran nila yung travel ng scholar tsaka yung kanyang lodging, just so that that scholar could talk about his or her cutting edge research to the academic staff, including the PhD and MPhil students. Okay, so yun, and that's sometimes every week. Okay, kasi yeah, they definitely would want everyone in the academic unit not to be left behind in terms of what's in that particular academic community. And then there is an intensive and extensive academic collaborations with international universities and research institutes. Kaya nga nandyan yung program ko. The whole point of the program was not really to produce a PhD who has a diploma from these two universities, but really to strengthen the connection between the two universities kasi they offer one program together. Okay, yun yung parang isa sa mga points for them to make sure na yung collaborations nila with these different universities are maintained. Next is that research publications are collected and saved in a database. Kaya whenever an IMEC staff or a PhD student publishes a research paper, syempre merong copyright may copyright law that we have to definitely consider. So hindi pwedeng ilagay dun sa database yung actual printed material na coming from the publisher. Pero they found a way around it para mailagay siya dun sa database ng university. One thing that they asked from me was yung uncorrected version. Ano ba yung latest version bago mo i-send yan at bago i-layout ng publisher? So I had to send that to them, And why are they doing this? And these are available online. These are accessible by practically anyone online. Why are they doing this? Definitely, it has to do with citation. Paano ka masasite? Paano masasite yung university mo ng other scholars from the field kung hindi nila ma-access yung material na kailangang i-cite? And so, ganun sila ka-generous sa dun sa research output ng kanilang university. So yun, you can actually access practically everything that's been published by HKU and King's College London Scholar in their database, and it's accessible online. Syempre makikita nyo dyan yung parang draft, yung mga naka-double space pa, naka-Microsoft Word, pero yung information, yung citation, the one that you cite is not the database, but the final journal kung saan siya nakita or kung saan siya na-publish. Pero essentially, kung ano yung nakasulat dun sa database, it's exactly the same thing. Kung ano yung nakasulat dun sa final product, yung naka-publish sa journal. So walang problem dun. And then finally, for now, the universities are subscribed to research software such as Elsevier's EndNote, SPSS, Wordsmith Corpus Analysis Software, and Vivo Qualitative Analysis Software, and many others. And these are accessible by practically anyone who has a university account. So, but there's so much they're giving. So many amenities, so many services available to researchers, and you would just ask, parang magiging kasalanan mo na kung hindi mo matatapos yung ginagawa mong research, kasi like everything that you need is andyan na. You just have to ask for it. Sometimes it's already available in your account. Next is that the needed library resources are almost always available. So HKU and KCI libraries have subscription to major journal and academic publishers where cutting-edge research in various fields appear. So paano kung wala? Definitely there are instances na parang hindi kita na wala. Pero most of the time, andun siya, downloadable, and yeah, very much accessible legally. And paano kung wala? And this is another very nice thing. In Hong Kong, the 7 government-funded institutions have a library consortium called Hong Kong All. So ano yung mga universities na yan? HKU, HK University of Science and Technology, Education University of Hong Kong, City University of Hong Kong, Polytechnic University of Hong Kong, Lingnan University, and I forgot the last one. Chinese University of Hong Kong. So yung 7 na yun, their libraries are linked with one another. So like if there's one, let's say journal article, minsan nga yung book, yung entire book, hindi available sa database na subscription ng HKU, I could access other libraries from other universities, and dun ko siya makukuha without going there. Nandun na ako sa office ko, and I can pull the reference out. So kung kailangan mo naman ng hindi digital, mga books, halimbawa, pwede nilang, you don't have to go there. I-deliver nila sa home university mo, sa library ng home university mo, dun mo kukunin. Tapos paano mo isusoli? Dun din, bigay mo lang din sa home university library mo, and sila yung magde-deliver pabalik dun sa pinanggalingan niya. So, di ba, parang that's like, as a researcher, life is really easy for them. So, now this has to do with recruitment naman. There is an international headhunting team. It's commissioned to recruit academics of considerable standing in his or her respective field for full and chair professor positions. And this is the same for top-level management positions from the level of the dean and higher. So nag-hire sila ng international headhunting team to fill in a position that is open. Kaya kaya yung academics nila are really, you know, would consider as some of the best kasi they went through this very rigorous process um, of selection. Tsaka yung mga deans nila, not necessarily required to be someone who is a permanent faculty of the university, but someone who has the qualities that they're looking for dun sa dean nila or dun sa vice chancellor nila. And here, most university operations are strategically positioned to address the indicators used by international universities, university rankings like US and THE. So mapapansin natin, almost everything, yung mga nabanggit ko, everything that they do are very much aligned with making sure that there is research productivity in the university. Kaya sila nag-hire, kaya sila parang nagbibigay ng scholarship for PhDs. It's because part of the requirement, part of the reason is that they want to augment yung manpower resources nila to make sure that they produce, you know, as much research as possible, as much quality research as possible para makilala sila internationally. And if we would take a look at the parang yung measure, yung evaluation measure ng QS and PHE, it's very heavy on research productivity. And so, yun nga, isa sa mga recommendation ko back then when our president asked for this particular report was if we want to be part of, you know, to be considered in the QS and PHE, we'll have to augment our research productivity. Okay. And now, so after all those things, definitely you'll have to finish. And maybe this would be helpful for many of you who will soon be finishing their degree. Okay. Personally, okay, and this is more on the individual level now again. One thing I realized was you might want to be open with other people's thoughts about your data or your ideas. Kasi constantly you would be talking to a lot of people. That's the ideal thing that we're doing as postgraduate students. We talk to other people, we talk to academics, we pitch ideas with them, we ask them for their thoughts. And if they say that you know, your idea is not that good, then sure, maybe others will appreciate it. But if another person or two others think that it's not workable, then you might want to drop the idea. You know, things like this. So the thing is, you might want to be open as much as possible to what other people thinks. You might want to communicate with other scholars. They're very helpful, to be honest. So paano natin makokontak si ganitong scholar, halimbawa, who lives in the US? So easy now. It's either you attend a conference, di ba, online, or you can send him or her an email. Paano kung kailangan mo yung isang particular resource, journal article niya, na hindi available sa ating library? You can always try and send him or her an email. And more often than not, they would respond, they would reply. Kasi definitely it's not just being kind to people from developing countries like us, but also you know, putting their work out there. Kasi kung masasite sila, that's a plus factor for them. Okay? Yun. So don't be afraid to, you know, ask questions from people. Don't be afraid to communicate with scholars whom you might want to cite, whom you might want to extend their work. Next, RPG life, at least to me, was about reading, networking, finding an academic niche, and putting yourself out there. And definitely the crippling imposter syndrome. The idea that you don't feel like you constantly ask yourself whether you belong here. You constantly ask yourself whether you can finish this, whether you can do this. Like everyone in the room is so good, like you're the only one who's not good. we all get through this, and I'm sure my colleagues here probably have gone through it as well. Uh, it's, siguro in relation dun sa nauna nating speaker, it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Just make sure that you accept that you're feeling this, but thinking that you're here, you're already doing this. You've done so much. For me, at least, that's one of the ways by which I moved past that crippling imposter syndrome. There were really moments that I wanted to give up. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. I mean, imagine, I had to finish my thesis. And by the way, they call it thesis sa British-based universities, yung PhD, and yung MPhil, Master in Philosophy dissertations, medyo baliktad. Ayun. So there were moments that I really wanted to give up. Kasi, like, imagine 2019, if you've heard, yung nangyari sa Hong Kong, yung civil unrest. And then starting 2020, yung pandemic. So I was away. I was worried with my family. I was worried whether I will survive, whether like yung existential question na why am I doing this? What is this for? I guess you will you will also experience something like that. And especially now that we still are in this ongoing health crisis, but be kinder to yourself and like try to acknowledge that you're experiencing it, as I think I did, and it helped me. Feeling lost in your research means being close to the finish line. Ito yung always something na sinasabi sa akin. Kasi parang in my second year, so it was a 4-year program. In my second year, I felt like I was lost. Kasi I felt like I've read so much. Part of my research, as I have said, was on migration and language, right? So the language side, siguro I know it a little bit already kasi that was my master's anyway. Pero yung migration side, I found out that it was so much. Like, I had to read so many things from different journals, from different different books. There's a lot of things that have been written already about migration. And at one point, I felt like I was lost. Like, so how do I find the niche? How do I find the gap? Where do I get in? And one thing that helped me was, again, to talk to scholars who have gone through the same path. I had to talk to a Filipino who also did, who's been doing research on migration and language, and who eventually became my external examiner. So yun, there's really so much you can do when you talk to other people about your current situation, especially in your research work. Another thing that I've been constantly hearing in the entire experience was a good dissertation is a done dissertation. Okay, like we have this thinking na when we write thesis, when we write a dissertation, it has to be like parang may na-invent kang something. It has to be the best. It has to be your sabi nga, ito yung defining feature of who you are as an academic or who you are as a scholar. So it has to be the best. Pero contrary to that, and my supervisor very nicely told me, is that that's not the reason why you're doing the PhD. Okay, because the reason, the product of the PhD is not your thesis or your dissertation. It is you. Okay, it is you as a scholar. Many of the people, sinabi ko sa akin ni Ben Rampton, a supervisor at King's, sabi niya, if I would think back about my dissertation or thesis, I would consider it as para ikakahiya daw niya yung ginawa niya. Not that I'm saying na maging mediocre kayo when you think about your thesis topic or dissertation topic, but definitely you had to contribute something in the field pa rin. Pero yung alisin mo yung thought na this has to be like your yung masterpiece. Okay? I guess that's one of the reasons why hindi rin natatapos pa. Kasi they've been pushing themselves to their limits too much, to the point that it becomes too overwhelming. And very nicely, yung supervisor ko si Ben, he said, many of the people I know, sabi niya, have done their masterpieces, the defining things about them as an academic long before they finish their PhD. And so you don't have to like beat yourself up for not coming up with something that will radically change the field. So that was very nice of them to say. Pero syempre, you would still want to make sure na kahit pa paano naman meron kang na-contribute dun sa field. Okay? So again, and let me point out, the thesis or dissertation is not the product of the PhD. It is you who is the product of the PhD or your master's. So now the question that I've been asking myself, and maybe you'll also be asking yourself long after you finish your master's and your PhD, what's next? I've been constantly asked by colleagues from Hong Kong and Kings, so are you going to do a postdoc? And also friends from here. One thing I realized about the postdoc is that, well, contrary to what we normally think about the postdoc, hindi siya extra degree na parang after your doctorate. In countries like Hong Kong and the UK, a postdoc is sort of like a transition period for you to get a job in academia sa kanila. So kung walang available halimbawa na assistant professor rank or in academia, they will give you a postdoc position muna as a researcher. So it's not really it's not a degree. It is work. It is a job. And I'm not sure kung ano yung American perspective dito, pero in the British perspective, it is a job. It's a research job. Like you're a researcher who is affiliated in a particular academic unit, in a particular university. And when you finish your research, your postdoc, which normally lasts between 6 months to 2 years, hindi ka nila bibigyan ng another degree, hindi ka graduate. Like you just get a salary and you finish the research that you've been doing. So yeah. Another pressure, publish or perish daw. So ito, the thing about finishing a graduate degree, master's or PhD is you have to perform. Like it's not just about the title na nakatapos na ako ng master's, okay, that's it. Nakatapos na ako ng PhD, okay, magpapapromote na ako. That's I think shouldn't be our way of thinking. Kasi we have to live with our titles. Okay, you have to perform like being a master's, a holder of a master's degree or a holder of a PhD, and that means more often than not getting work out there, publishing, okay, attending conferences, writing research papers, and hopefully in the long run being a leader in your field or contributing something in your field. Ito siguro isang malaking challenge, and I understand it definitely in the context where we are. Sa amin na lang, dito na lang sa atin sa SLSU, it's di ba, and in all state universities, we are required to teach quite a lot of classes, and it takes precious time away from from the possibility of you doing research. So it's really a challenge then if we would like to get in with the international pressure of publish or perish. But definitely nararamdaman na natin to ngayon na like we've been constantly been reminded, you have to publish, you have to publish. Okay, not only for yourself but also for the institution and for the Philippines. The DOST is hoping that the Philippines will be considered to be part of the like the list of international innovators. Something I forgot the exact thing by 2025. So ayun, maraming projects, programs and projects din silang ginagawa just to do that in connection with the expectations din from lalo na from state universities and colleges. Okay, and also other possible ways going forward would be getting a book published, and these are not textbooks, but they have to be theoretical, um, something that would really contribute to the field that you specialize. And finally, so how do I like, what do these all mean to me? Um, how did I manage to bridge migration and education? Thinking that when I got there, I mean, wow, napakaganda ng kanilang program, ang dami nilang available resources, and then I have to go back to our country na we have very limited resources, and our government would have priorities, other than providing funding for particular research. Di ba maybe tayo ngayon sa STEM, okay? And so that sort of becomes the disconnect that I'm kind of feeling right now. And the things that makes me siguro sane a little bit is that thinking that education systems right now are really becoming more corporate-like. Okay, what do I mean by this? They're trying to meet a particular evaluation criteria that's by like the QS and PHE. Ang sabi nga na isang paborito kong author, si Dr. Joselito de los Reyes ng UST, ito yung the tyranny of the metrics, like the QS and PHE, kasi they set a certain standard, and these standards tend to be beneficial to those who have resources like HKU and King's College London, and they may not be beneficial. They can actually be destructive for universities and colleges that may not have the same resources, okay, and opportunities. So maybe don't fall into the trap, and try to be kinder to yourself. That would be very helpful. Finally, quality and recognizability should matter more than quantity. There's a lot of push internationally. Parang kulang na lang yung isang scholar would be producing like hundreds every year. Yun yung gustong mangyari ng mga yung mga admins ng international universities na to. They could produce research, they could publish research more than the minimum required, yung 3. So much better. Pero let's not forget that the reason why we're writing research is because we wanted to contribute something to the field and wanted to be known in that particular specialization. So if we just publish out of like just so that we could, it might defeat the purpose. We might not be known. By extension, the university or the schools where we are affiliated in, the goal is to produce quality. Okay, the goal is for you to be recognized internationally, and we can do this by making sure that we sit down, we think through what we're writing before we get out, we get things out there. Yeah, and with that, I guess that ends my presentation. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about this and questions well and your perspectives. Maraming salamat po muli for very kind invitation.
All right, so thank you so much for again, Dr. Nicanor for a very inspiring thought of yours. Okay, so actually sobrang hirap po talaga pag titignan natin yung situation as of now minsan napapaisip tayong itutuloy pa ba natin mag-aral, especially our participants, okay, so sa kanila, college students. So, maraming nahihirapan pero nagpupulso, pinipilit pa rin nila. Okay, so same thing, although we are already in the field, but to aspire and to earn some more degree, kasi makakatulong sa atin in the future, and of course to so that we can cater more and give more to our students. So nakakatuwa po at talagang nakaka-inspire, although mahirap, pero sabi nga give little break to yourself kapag talagang parang burnt out na. And then after that, babalik naman ulit yung dreams mo eh. Gantong-ganto lang din po talaga kami ng mga kaklase ko. And we are thankful kasi nung unang nag-enroll kami dito sa PhD EDM, parang first sem pa lang sabi namin ayoko na sa may mga ganun pero until now we are surviving, and for that we are very lucky that we are even more inspired this afternoon because of what you have shared to us, Dr. Guinto. All right. So for the meantime, let's have an open forum, okay, sa mga participants natin dyan, especially that you are college students, and syempre, when you are already in the field, ito rin talaga yung mga tatahakin ninyong landas, yung mga journey na kailangan ninyong pagdaanan. Okay, so baka may questions kayo kay Dr. Guinto regarding your everything, okay? Sa mga plano ninyo sa buhay, okay, despite pandemic, okay, that you are pursuing your education, okay? So, pwede po kayo mag-message sa ating chat box, okay, or open your microphone, pwede pong kausapin niyo mismo si Doc. Nasa na kaya yung mga participants natin? Okay, andito pa kaya? Okay, so again, ulitin ko po kung may mga questions kayo. Okay, kay Dr. Guinto then the floor is open. Kahit walang floor, Okay, so pwede na pong magtanong. Ay, kaya? Hello guys, are you still there? Okay, so naintindihan siguro or hindi pa makapag-isip at siguro ay baka nagdalawang isip na, itutuloy ko pa bang mag-picture o hindi na. Kasi most of our participants this afternoon are taking education, education students. Okay. Meron ba? Parang walang nag-message. Siguro malinaw naman at na-absorb nila. Kaya? Okay, so may sabi ni Dr. Guinto. Naku, hindi ko mabasa. Patulong nga po, technical eklo po. hindi ko ma-view eh.
Ito po siguro, ma'am. Meron po ako nakita dito sa chat box. Thank you so much po pala sa very kind words coming from you. I really appreciate them po. I appreciate that you appreciated the little things that I prepared today. So one question po dito, ma'am. Would you recommend for participants studying abroad? Does this mean po ba na what would I recommend for participants who would wish to study abroad? Siguro yun po yung yung gusto na itanong dito. I think just try. Kasi di ba meron po tayong thinking na abroad dito, it's baka hindi ko kaya ganon. Something that I also felt when I applied. Pero there's no harm in trying naman po, di ba? We could always, parang it's at least we tried. We will come into a moment of our lives na we will not regret not having tried. Kahit pa anong result niya, kung okay or hindi, at least you knew kung nasagot yung what if nyo. Okay? So that would be one, yung don't be afraid to try. Another would be, kasi most of the scholarship opportunities for postgraduate studies would require you to submit a research paper, a research proposal. So you might want to make sure na yung isasubmit nyo na research proposal is something that's within the same, like it's in the same area of the target supervisor that you would want to be you would want to apply to. Okay, kasi I also heard from, it's sort of like an insider thing, na mas malaki yung say ng supervisor kahit sabihin ng committee na hindi bibigyan ng scholarship, pero mas malaki yung say ng supervisor. So paano natin malalaman kung ano ba yung area of specialization supervisor? We might want to read their work. Ano ba yung mga sinusulat niya? Ano yung trajectory ng kanyang research work? And maybe we can think of something from there that we could do research on. So yun yung mga initial steps. And yeah, I hope I answered that question well.
Okay, so allow me to acknowledge from Dr. Rizaida Salayo. Thanks po, Doc Nick. You're very humble and such an inspiration. Okay,
Thank you po, Ma'am
congrats po sa
Salayo.
GS at sa mga organizers. Thank you so much po, Dr. Villa. Okay, baka po may questions pa po kayo or gustong i-share. Okay, from Ma'am Mercy Ann Avenila. So thank you, Doc Guinto, for motivating us to keep on holding and believing and keeping. Ano to? Keeping. Hindi ko na nabasa yung kadugsong. Sorry naman. All right. So I think so much for that. And again, we thank you very, very much, Dr. Guinto, for allowing us to be with you this afternoon. So for now, may I call on Miss Regine V. Jaro for her key takeaways for our final topic.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of PhD EDM second year students headed by our professor, Dr. Arsenia Well, we would like to give thanks to our resource speaker this afternoon, Dr. Nicanor Guinto, for sharing your experience and expertise about bridging migration education, sharing stories as an overseas scholar. For the takeaway for this afternoon, first, you never change your life until you step out of your comfort zone. Stepping outside one's comfort zone is an important and almost universal factor in personal growth. How can we expect to evolve in our lives and careers if we only stick to our habit and routine? Reaching new height involves the risk of attempting something new. Secondly is we must believe in ourselves. Believing in yourself is the secret to success. Nothing changes in your life until you believe that you can do things that are important to you. Additionally, don't wait for the right opportunity, create it. Remember the fact that successful people are not the one who grab the opportunity, but they are the one who were capable of creating their own opportunities. Finally, do our best and leave the rest to God. Once again, good afternoon.
All right. Okay, so now let's have the let's first witness the awarding of a certificate to Dr. Guinto. So let me first review the citation. Okay, so Southern Luzon State University Graduate School College of Teacher Education Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Dr. Nicanor L. Guinto for his invaluable insights and expertise shared as an esteemed speaker for the webinar on contemporary issues in education, bridging migration in education, sharing stories as an overseas scholar, held via Zoom conference, given this 15th day of January 2022 at Southern Luzon State University, Lukban, Quezon. Signed, Mr. Julio Ramilo A. Mercurio, Acting Coordinator, Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management 2. Signed, Dr. Arsenia A. Abuel, Instructor, Educational Management 619. And signed, Dr. Luis Miguel P. Zaludes, Program Chairperson, Southern Luzon State University.
Salamat po.
Okay, so for this very moment, to inspire as something to ponder on, let's give way to closing remarks to be given by our very own Dr. Luis Miguel P. Saludes, Program Chairperson of Southern Luzon State University Graduate School College of Teacher Education.
Ay, nag-brown na. Hello, good afternoon. Nag-brown out lang daw po sa SLSU just now. Maybe we can proceed first with the reading of this certificate of participation of our participants. And then
Okay,
waiting for Dr. Saludes. Thank you very much.
All right, so we will come back for the closing remarks of Dr. Saludes later on. So to our dear participants, okay, so you are all, okay, so later you are all required to fill in the evaluation link later. So meron din po tayong QR code, okay, that will be sent on the chat box. So andito na po ba? Ayun na. Okay, so Dr. Kailas has already sent it on the chat box. Ano po? So you're going to fill in the evaluation link form, okay, before to receive the certificates of participation. And of course, let me first read you the citation. Southern Luzon State University Graduate School College of Teacher Education Certificate of Participation is hereby awarded to for having actively participated in the webinar on contemporary issues in education held via Zoom conference. Given this 15th day of January 2022 at Southern Luzon State University, Lukban, Quezon. Signed, Mr. Julio Ramilo A. Mercurio, Acting Coordinator, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, Educational Management 2. Signed, Dr. Arsenia A. Abuel, Instructor, Educational Management 619. And signed, Dr. Luis Miguel P. Zaludes, Program Chairperson, Graduate School. All right. So for the meantime, so I think we must have first the photo photo bombing chart. Okay. So meron po muna tayong photo opportunity, okay, together with our respective professors and of course with our resource speaker. Okay, so we are requesting everyone to please open your webcams. Okay, and wear your brightest smile. Okay. Okay, so alright, so at this very moment, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the committee for this event. So please watch. All right. So again, to give us the closing remarks, okay, let we call on our very own Dr. Luis Miguel P. Zaludes, the program chairperson of the Southern Luzon State University Graduate School College of Teacher Education.
Thank you very much, Mom Earl, for the recognition. I'm so sorry, just had a little technical difficulty here in SLS. It was just a sudden blackout. But anyway, I would like to first thank the people behind the hustle to make the whole day webinar from the morning session up to this point really a notable success. The Technical Working Committee headed by Professor Dr. Arsenia A. Abuel, as well as Sir Julio Mercurio, the CTE Graduate School professors, as well as the Student Council, the session speakers, our colleagues, the students, and all of you who never left us from the start to finish. So we appreciate the wisdom shared by the resource speakers through their experiences, which gave inspiration, motivation, and for living the dream ahead of us, which for some, including me, seem unimaginable. We would only wish to walk the same path. However, with the expectations we set for ourselves is the potential stress and depression associated which could scuff, mark, nick, damage, or scatter us. As educators, we have no absolute immunity to this distress. The more that we force, coerce, or push ourselves to achieve something at least an inch close to our coworkers and or contemporaries, the more the weight of emotional and psychological burden becomes heavier. Yet surprisingly, we are all here as graduate students ready to take initial small steps until they become giant leaps, prepared for brand new workloads with smile, hopefully, in our faces because we delight with every challenge. Let us not forget to be more appreciative of the roles we take, whether we are living the peak of our career, bustling with our everyday routinary job, juggling parenting to our kids and being teachers in the workplace. And when we are faced with this stress cheek to cheek, remember that our work is a rubber ball that will bounce back when we drop. But family, health, friends, and spirit are all made of glass. It's hard to repair when we break them. We still have a life, loosen a bit, honor our rituals, go back when we regain our vigor, celebrate our little successes and milestones, and make it our affirmation that we will do better day by day. Let us just not forget our very core, to be a light to others, especially to our students and communities. So don't let our fire be totally consumed. Rather, keep our torch ablaze. Thank you very much, and let's call it a great day.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Zaludes. Okay, so sabi nga kayo from the first speaker, we have to be aware to ourselves, and especially if we are suffering from depression, anxiety, or whatsoever. So, kausapin natin, kung mausap tayo ng mga psychiatrists, bawal po bang kausapin? Siyempre, hindi bawal kapag parents mo yun, o kaya ay boyfriend or girlfriend, okay. So again, and then aside from that, so we are all still fulfilling for our dreams, okay. So we are all students pa rin, and with that, we have to okay, gather those significant sharings, okay, from our dear resource speakers, together with our professors who share also their insights, mindful insights, para maging mas successful tayo, whatever be the journey or field that we are about to tackle. Okay, and thank you so much to also to Dr. Arsenia Abuel, okay, in behalf of her and also for allowing us to generate this very timely event that is crucially needed both for us educators and of course for the students as well, especially this post-pandemic time in our silent battles. Okay, and of course, in behalf of also to my classmates in Doctor of Philosophy and Educational Management too, we all giving our gratitude, okay, and thankfulness to you all for granting us to join by joining in this special event in our lives, okay? And now we can proudly say that it is successfully completed, okay? This one of a kind event in our journey in PhD EDM subject, okay? So this is Miss Erlinda C. Sherte, your Master of Ceremonies, now signing off. And again, thank you so much to everyone. Okay, so I'll just want to repeat for the evaluation link form. Okay, so you are, to our dear participants, you are all asked, okay, to fill in the evaluation link form, and also so that for the next time we will be more, okay, engaged and into with this kind of webinars. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much. Right, so photo opportunity again. Okay, so kindly open your cameras, okay, before we take our own ways. Okay. Guinto ang mundo. All right. Okay, so again, thank you so much, dear participants, and of course our research speaker, to my classmates, and of course to everyone. Okay.
A part of me, it's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please, 'cause we belong together.
You said let me love you, let me be the one to give you everything
You're beautiful.
on and need.
Said I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and slow. Why can't I turn off the radio?
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York
the left,
City?
to the left.
You're 1,000 miles
You're
away, girl, tonight you look so pretty.
I said
yes,
it's
you do.
too late to apologize. Touch my body, throw me on the floor, wrestle me around, play with me some more.
Just
Touch my body, throw me on the bed. I just wanna
cry.
make you feel like you never
That's
did.
alright, because I love the way you lie.
You know I'd catch a grenade for
California girls
ya.
wear unforgettable days, they do bikinis on
I'm
top.
on the right track, baby, I was born this way. I used to
Shine bright,
know.
good diamond, but here's my number, so call me maybe.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
'Cause I'm happy.
I'm alive. What do you mean? I'm alive.
'Cause I'm happy. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too?
Come on, turn the radio